Hello, this is Kali J.N.S. Happy Friday, guys. I know I'm a little late with today's show, but nonetheless, I am here and we're going to crank through the information that we got to crank through today. It's quite a bit, but I'm going to try to be mindful of people's time and whatnot for this Friday. But I hope you guys had a great and productive week nonetheless, that you guys are in great spirits and doing your thing and whatnot. And so I know the holidays are coming up, and so happy holidays for those who celebrate, and happy New Year's and whatnot. And so yes, let's begin. So we have a couple of topics that we're going to discuss. For one, um, the first one being the new politician criteria for the U.S. in terms of our esoteric policy politics that we cover in the Nakhti order. And so again, for those who may just be tuning in, the Nakhti order is a high society, and what we do is we operate as a think tank as well as an idea generator and many other appendages that we have. I actually think I want to show you an update of the website that I've been working on, and it's been a lot, but nonetheless I'm very excited. But for those who may want to know, like, well, what is your mission? Again, we are esoteric spiritual order and we do advocate for human rights, but I do have to say, the main tenet of the Nakhti order is know thyself. Okay, and so you are to undo all forms of mind control. You should have no fear, question everything, and program your own mind, or else someone will program it for you. So, the main tenet of the Nakhti order is know thyself. We do have various appendages within the Nakhti order, and I'll show you. And I guess, like, seeing just an update of the website in my mind will allow you guys to understand where I'm going with this, because I know I build um a little bit, I would say, eccentric, compared to, like, um the framework that other people that you're maybe used to, rather. And so I guess if I show you on the website, then that way you guys can see for yourself, like, okay, what is she talking about? But I'll give you a preview. So the Nakhti order, it does operate as a governance, umbra governance, over the United States government. And we philosophize on governance, on esoteric politics, esoteric studies, and a plethora of things. And so we do have some appendages that are part of the Nakhti order. And so I'll share for you right here. So this is what I'm working on. Obviously, the background photos and stuff are not updated yet, so don't pay attention to the background photos, because I have to obviously fix those because they're not updated. Some of them are not updated, like some of these are. But as you could see, we talk about the proclamation of the Nakhti Order of North America. And so here are some of our appendages. We have Nakhti University, as you guys already know. We have Nakhti Church of the Higher Self. And again, all of these are like stuff services that are active. Like the Nakhti University is active. The Nakhti Esoteric Studies Department is also active. And that is where we talk about our spiritual framework, the Nakhti philosophy, the Nakhti Queen Mothership, the Nakhti octaves of resonance and dimensions. And it is an entire framework that is rooted not only in mysticism, but also it does have some tenets in academia as well. And so it's my own esoteric system that is publicly available and whatnot. And so we also have the Center for Sexual Health and Family Planning. That service is also available. The Nakhti Think Tank, which is what we're pretty much doing now. Like the Nakhti Think Tank is just more so, an idea generator, but it is an apparatus that focuses on strategy and whatnot, high level strategy, not necessarily for the matrix or not even for current government politics. That's not our aim. But we do strategize in governance in terms of getting our mission and the things that we want to see done in society, more so on a sovereign level. I do have to say that our main tenet is sovereignty. And so how we get there, you know, um, varies, but this is just the work that I'm doing currently. The next thing we have is the GIA Military Science Department, and that is where we come up with new avenues and new techniques in intelligence and as well as in security, and as well as military philosophy. And so that is a whole department that I'm working on, especially for targeted individuals. And you'll see that soon enough, because again, I'm building this out in real time. Like as you can see, there's a military science department, and then there's also going to be under that something for targeted individuals. And so the next thing that we have is the Nakhti political party that is currently not in operation. So that's something that I'll be building out probably going into the later half of 2025, to be honest. And then we have the Black American Research and Cultural Policy Center. That this is also available. That was built in around 2023. And then the Nakhti Community Center was also built in 2023. Or 2022 rather, I'm sorry, the Black American Research, Cultural and Policy Center and the Nakhti Community Center, as well as the Center for Sexual Health and Family Planning, was built in 2022. And so the Nakhti Church of the Higher Self was also built in 2022. Nakhti University was built in 2021, and the Nakhti Esoteric Studies Department was built in 2023. Well, the framework, the body of work started in 2016, to be honest, but uh, as far as getting the books out and the material, that started in 2020, and then actually turning it into an esoteric studies department that occurred in 2023. And so, we're making headway. So the Nakhti order, again, it's a high society. So it's like building our own IPU off of the fringe of what is currently uh, the New World Order, or the old order that society is still following in the Matrix. And so, we're gonna, like, right now I'm building all this stuff out. And so we talk about the Umbra governance structure. We're gonna go into like services, issues and policies that we care about. And again, I would prefer to, again, to have more collaborative effort. And when it comes to like more of the governance philosophy, as well as some of the issues and some of the policies that would be crafted out. And the whole thing, and we talk about Umbra governance, is an advisory. It's an advisory board over the United States government. And I'm very clear about that. And there's nothing illegal about that, especially when we philosophize on American governance and sovereignty, as well as the will of the people, as well as the Constitution. We study the Constitution. We study um, the Northwest Ordinance of 1787, founding father documents, Thomas Paine, Common Sense, uh, a, a various plethora of documents, as well as Jacques Rousseau, political philosophy on the social contract and tacit consent. And so that is more so our aim in terms of like, well, if we are for sovereignty, if we are for the will of the people, for the people, by the people, then we're crafting out like what does that look like, and dealing with the current structure that we are under, to be quite frank. And so yeah, and I'm very excited about the military science department because again, we are going to have some avenues for targeted individuals in terms of connecting. And again, not everybody has to be a targeted individual. I'm not saying you have to be in order to be in the Nakhti order or anything, but it is on my heart to do that, to create something where we can share information, as well as even bring awareness to what it is we're talking about when we say targeted individual and COINTELPRO and Project Phoenix, and when rights are violated, and constitutional rights are violated and whatnot. And so unfortunately, a lot of people don't know what that is. And so we're here to discuss that in all its totality. So then, other parts of the website, we talk about the sanctity of North America, land and ancestral connection, the Nakhti order, the legal standing. So this is where we talk about the actual legal architecture. Actually, no, it's just more so like the legal standing under universal law, GIA, and admiralty law. And then lastly, we talk about like the legal architecture of the U.S. Constitution and the Nakhti order, foundations of governance and authority. And so I'm working on this. I'm working on it. We're getting done. We're getting some headway. And again, don't pay attention to like some of these photos are, going to stay the way they are, but like some of the videos and stuff have to be changed out because I'm just working. I was working on the content itself, but I'm really excited. I'm really excited about the Nakhti order because my whole craft or my whole um time, since coming public in 2021, I was focused more so on Nakhti University and kind of modeling it after, the current universities or the current academia structure in America. And I found myself not happy. And so I had to find a way to do it my way, in a way that was authentic and raw, and still keep on to what I like to do, which is teach and share knowledge, learn from other people and whatnot, and continue to grow myself. And so starting like the Nakhti Esoteric Studies department, like I really, that's something that I really enjoy, and that's something that's missing from academia. There's no esoteric studies departments in current academia, and so I'm so glad to be able to offer that, and especially a independent framework, but also drawing upon the wisdom of old, in various mystic systems that are already in existence. So I'm well versed in other systems, and so we do talk about the foundational frameworks of other mystics systems, but I have my own, the Nakti esoteric system itself, with the Nakti philosophy and my information on the Nakti of octaves of resonance and dimensions and whatnot, my own independent body of work. And so I'm glad to share that with people, and I'm also glad to learn from other people as well. And so, um, if other people, at any point wanted to post something or share something with the Nazi Esoteric Studies department, you will get credit, or if you wanted to build something on the Nazi Esoteric Studies department and a course or something, and charge for it, you would get your proceeds. You can, you would get credit and whatnot. And so I'm happy that there's a Nazi Esoteric Studies department. I really am. And then also the Center for Sexual Health and Family Planning, you know, uh 2 years ago, in 2022, I was thinking, I'm like, okay, we got this Planned Parenthood stuff, and we be seeing all this stuff with, regulation of womb management, but not in a way that's holistic and not in a way that feels natural. And there's no family planning aspect of things. Like, there's no family planning that talks about like arranged marriages, um, sexuality, relationships, and the nuclear family and whatnot. And so that was also something that I thought, was needed. And there are centers for sexual health in current academia institutions. But they're not focused on the family planning, and they're not focused on the more holistic aspects of sexual health, such as like when someone gets, womb management through herbs, or doulas and midwives. Like, those things are not mentioned in academia anymore. And so that's why I wanted to come up with some alternative for that. And obviously the GIA military science department. I am a military scientist. I am not a part of the US military. Um, though I have a lot of protection from the US military, I'm not a part of my generationally, though my ancestors were, like many of your ancestors were probably as well, for Americans who've been in the country for quite a while, probably have like 200, 300 years of military experience, for those who families been here like since the Civil War and shit, and it fought in all of the wars and whatnot. And so many of us have that documentation. So the GI military science department, I think that's really dope, and it is advisory over the current United States Armed Forces. And again, we bring forth knowledge and intelligence. So intelligence analysis, various techniques, and various methods to sift out um, intelligence, whether that be in foreign forces, as well as threats to national security, as well as threats to the American people. That could be sinister clandestine secret societies. That could be corruption in the government. We the GI military science will sift that out. We also sift out through plausible deniability, controlled opposition, lies, deception. That is something that the GIA military science framework specializes in. And then the Black American Research and Cultural Policy Center, I mean, that is again something that started in 2022. As a scholar, I've done quite a bit of research in sociology on Black Americans, and so I'm well versed in our history and well versed in, even on the grounds, like living in the Black American community, listening to what they have to say in terms of policies and things that are important to them, and also making executive decisions on and analysis on things that I think would be great for the community as well. And so we promote awareness and advocate for and inform Black American communities nationwide. That's what that center stands for. And then it is a partisan repository. So there has been and in the past it had more focus on politics, but I am moving more so away from that as we build out our own separate IPU off of the grid of the damn matrix, to be honest. And then the Nakhti Community Center is also something that I want to start to utilize in 2025 in terms of getting off of the social media. We are this Nakhti Community Center is already active. It has live uh webinars, the live capabilities, um instant forums, like uh instant chat, video chat forums, um a plethora of things and whatnot. And so that's I want to get more active with that in 2025, just going into 2026, and as well as the Nakti political party. I'm still need some time to frame out how this would look like, what this will look like in terms of the current structure, because I totally disapprove of the two-party system, and I totally disapprove of what's taking place currently, in politics, American politics, I'll have to say. There's a lot of corruption, there's a lot of bribery, there's a lot of handlers, there's just a lot of chicanery, and I don't know if my ancestors say, you are not to be a part of that system and you're going to have to do things as a parallel infrastructure, then I will obey that. um but if they give clearance for me to actually start like a official political party and get it registered, you have there's a process that you have to go and get these things registered with the government and whatnot. The Nakhti order will not be registered with the government, but the Nakhti political party, that would be a separate appendage, just like how Nakhti University is an LLC and the Nakhti Church of the Higher Self, like, within the Nakhti University we have these different departments and whatnot. And so I just want to give you guys an update on like the website and the Nakhti order itself in terms of like what I've been working on. and and so it's coming along, and again, it is a high society. And though we do, think tank and more so of a esoteric spiritual order, I want to actually change, maybe, because I want this concise, you know what I mean? Like, it just looks a little all over the place. I want to find something that's concise, like a high society that focuses on truth and enlightenment, or like a high society that focuses on truth and enlightenment, that is a esoteric spiritual order. Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, how would I say that esoteric spiritual order and think tank, instead of like having like all of these things like political party, human rights advocacy group. Like, I'm trying to figure out like what would be a succinct way to say that, and I'll figure it out. But nonetheless, let's get back to what we came to discuss, which is the new criteria for politics. And again, this is just we're philosophizing, but I think it's worthwhile information, to be honest. And so let's take a look here what we have. And so again, with not the esoteric politics, we are looking for the vision is ultimately sovereignty, and under universal law, under the law of the Most High. And so Nakti politics itself, it's a sophisticated and esoteric approach to governance, okay? And so one of the things that inspired me was like more so of the ancient traditions from Egypt, you know, as well as like the demands from modern society. And so it's like, when I was studying the way they do governance, they obviously had a theocracy, but they aligned their governance with divine law and the unalienable rights of the people. So I'm not saying they did everything right, because no society has done. I've studied multiple governance. It wasn't just Egypt. I've studied multiple governances across the world, including obviously the American government. But again, we're rooted in the belief that the governance should reflect the divine will and operate through the principles of justice, equality, and community. So that obviously means focusing on the people and the autonomy and the empowerment of individuals and communities. And so you see that on your screen right here. Nakhti focuses on the autonomy and empowerment of individuals and communities. And so at its core, we're influenced by the concept of universal law. Okay. And so that's an unchanging set of principles that guides both the cosmos and human action. That guides both the cosmos and human action. And what we know about the cosmos is you're going to get the truth. You're going to get the mirror reflected back onto you. And so that's what Nakhti politics reflect embodies, you know, operating under universal law, operating under the truth, which is what the cosmos demand. Okay. And the truth needs no proof, it just needs time, as we all know. And so when I was looking at Egyptian theocratic monarchy, and again, I'm not saying I'm Egyptian or anything, I'm just studying as a scholar, like, okay, well, what made them one of the most badass civilizations in the world? You know, like I was thinking that high level, like, you know, obviously there's other major civilizations. You had the Maya civilizations, the Incas, the Aztecs, the Mali Empire, Songhai Empire, and so I was really thinking, I'm like, okay, there's some scant information more so about like some of the Mali Empire, the Lumba Empire, and whatnot. But there's a lot of obviously a lot of information on Egypt, so pretty easy to find, and even they have a lot of obscurity and misinterpretation and a lot of their a lot of the translations of Egyptian society by modern Egyptologists. But again, what was important to me is that the rulers or the people that were in governance, they were seen as intermediaries between humans and the divine, and tasked with ensuing the laws and policies and upheld divine will. So, in the context of the Nakhti governance, that theocratic influence remains, but is adapted to serve a modern understanding of community, spiritual autonomy, and self determination. So, we do Nakhti esoteric politics and we tell the truth. And so, what that means is we should know by now that presidents are selected, not elected, and that all presidents are related to one another. This can be verified and confirmed, including even your running, those who run. It depends. Some anybody can run for president, right? But some of the ones that make it to like your primaries, your two party system and whatnot, those tend to be the ones that are generally a part of the bloodline. They may be non-bloodliners and bloodliners, but nonetheless, they tend to be a part of the bloodline. And anybody who has one, typically they do come from an order. They do come from a bloodline. Most of them are left-handed, typically, and they all are related on some level, whether it be distant cousins to 27th cousin, 15th cousin, 12th cousin here, 17th uncle there. It's a reality. It's something that can be easily confirmed. I think like a 10-year-old did all the research and put all the genealogy and showed all of how all of the presidents are related. I think it was like a little, it was definitely a little kid, but I don't necessarily have her age. I think she was 10, but she was a little ass kid and she was on the news showing how all of the presidents are related. She made this beautiful chart. The chart is publicly available now, and so this is not like a conspiracy or just some conspiracy talk. It is a reality, and American government, they did base a lot of their structure off of Egypt and off of Rome, obviously, and in many ways still copies Rome to this day. But they copy the more from when it comes to Egypt, they copy the more of the Hellenistic. I will say, yeah, I will make that claim, more of the Hellenistic period, and so that was towards the fall of Egypt and not at its greatest height. The greatest height of Egypt, to be honest, is still under mystery. Now, people can claim their connection to Osiris or they descendants of Nimrod and all this stuff as far as the bloodline families, but the true mysteries of the essence of that theocratic structure and monarchy is totally hidden and is just now being revealed. It is totally hidden, and I don't think anyone in power, to be quite frank, could make the claim that they are a descendant of monarchy in Egypt in any regard. Though there are bloodline families that make that claim. And yeah, that shots fired. But yes, let's continue. So the Nakhti political system in practice. So obviously we emphasize innovation, creativity, and intelligence in governance. And so it has to make sense. The current structure is if it make dollars, then it makes sense. And with us, we understand that you know, how energy works. And so the whole thing is not my whole work is not profit driven. If it was driven, I could obviously take a deal, sign a contract, make it, and go straight to the top if I want to. And like that, if that was my game, if that was my end goal, I could have did that years ago. You have no idea. And so that was never my end goal is to encourage innovation and creativity and intelligence, not only for society, but that's what's important to me as an individual. Okay, that's what I like for myself. And so obviously whatever inside of you is going to come out, whatever is inside of you. And so that's what the Nakhti political system emphasizes. We also value strategic thinking, military science. Okay, military science is more so philosophical. I want you guys to know that it's not combat. It's not like though I can when I talk about military science, we're talking about strategies and setting up plays, weeding out people that you know is controlled opposite, you know, setting traps and letting people walk into them, revealing certain deceptions and whatnot. So don't think that when I'm saying military science, I'm not talking about like fighting. Um, the fight is different. It's more psychological. And so that I focus more so on the psychological, philosophical aspects of the art of war, but not um through more so of the combat. It's very philosophical. And but it does have its tenets in combat. I'm sure if I wanted to develop those techniques and methods on warfare, I could very much do it. It's just that my end goal right now is not combat. It's more so philosophical and molding a collective consciousness that shifts away from the matrix and the illusion. Okay. And so again, we want to ensure that leaders are prepared to defend the sovereignty of their communities. That's any politician that the Nakhti order would endorse or fund, sponsor, whatever. They have to defend the sovereignty of their communities. And so even when we talk about back to esoteric politics and even as a I'm trying to think if I want to do a pack or a political party, still thinking on that. But we would be willing to throw money behind these candidates. We would be willing to train, give consultation and strategies on what's kind of image to build on a politician to make sure that they win and make sure that they can galvanize the will of the people and have people support them. On my channel, as particularly the videos that say esoteric politics, you've seen like me crafting out strategies in which both the DNC and the RNC did use, and that's well documented, and the timestamps of when it happened and when the idea or the strategy got implemented, that's available. And so what I'll be doing now going forward is I was testing out methods just to see. I won't be doing that obviously on YouTube anymore for free. Like that would be something that would be offered consultation and would be something that would be offline. But when it comes to like even the way the DNC blundered through 1.5 billion, you know, on that campaign, it was such a disgrace. But like there were so many things that they could have done, like if they came to me instead of being cowardly and stealing ideas, and they just came to me and uh on some real G shit, even the RNC, either one of them, yeah, I'm pretty sure like just my strategies alone, like just like how the RNC was copying them strategies and using them. If the DNC, like when I say 1.5 billion, and it's like y'all was paying all celebrities just to perform and all, that's not a winning strategy. And I'm like, dude, y'all could have y'all could have got the bet, y'all could have got it had y'all had the right strategists, the right consultation, and uh listening. But they were so money hungry in terms of, I won't even say money hungry is not the right word, power hungry, to keep power and to not change and do things different and to use new ideas and to go to the people that got the sauce, go to the people that got the ideas. They refused to do that, and it cost them. The RNC has similar tactics, it's just a little more sophisticated. But they're both, they are, to me in my eyes, I come to the conclusion that they are both two sides of the same coin in many regards. And I can't I don't respect the way either move, to be honest. But that's just me. And so we have to do something come 2028, 2032, as a people, especially for when it comes to vulnerable communities like Black Americans. Like, okay, yeah, we know. I foresee that Americans in general will become very disillusioned with the two-party system very soon. If not by 2026, you'll see the machinations of that. Certainly by 2028, 2032. Um, I think it's going to get real because they going to go through the same trick bag, and you can only fool people but so much. You know what I mean? Like, if your whole apparatus is based on deception and rituals and, to be honest, control control over the collective will of the people. When your aim is that, people can sense that. You can trick them some of the time, but you ain't going to be able to trick them into eternity. And so, just like how we see the um the DNC get they ass tore out the frame, you're gonna see the same thing. You're gonna see people become disillusioned with the RNC just as much. Again, it may take a little longer, but they don't have the sophistication and the creativity and the innovation to evolve past the two-party system and the technology, the deception. And so that's what they operate on. So I do want to shout out Wreak Havoc and Royal Deluxe. What's up, Royal Deluxe? I'm so glad to see you. And I did respond to your messages on Instagram. I thought your, what are they called? Are they little stories or something? I think they're called Instagram stories. That was amazing. That was so amazing, Royal Deluxe. I've really enjoyed that. And I want to also shout out Wreak Havoc and shout you out as well. And thank you guys. So let's continue. So yeah, again, I do see major disillusionment with the two-party system going forward, and the people calling for change from the establishment, not just like major reform, and then the establishment tells you what that reform is and tells you what they're going to do. And this is how Americans are getting tricked right now with the bait and switch of the RNC. They're getting tricked in real time because it's like, okay, yeah, you might have voted for major reform, but it's the billionaires that are determining what that reform looks like, and you're not having a say in it. That's why they're talking about shutting down the FDIC and the CBOE and cutting veterans pay and all this stuff. It has nothing to do with things that are going to make Americans happy or even make American great again. They're talking about just adding tariffs, which would lead to more inflation. And so it's like, when people get bamboozled, you got to let them hit their head. I hit my head. I've been bamboozled. I know what that shit feels like, and it turned me off because I was never really that involved in like following, politics and like that or nothing like that. So this election turned me off so bad. I'm like, with these candidates, none of these candidates were presidential material in my eyes. Though I lean more towards Trump, you know. Um, but I do recognize that there was a bait and switch, and I don't feel like any American should be loyal to any party, um, based on the party's ideology. The Americans should determine the ideology of the political parties, not the other way around. And so that's something that Americans also have to grow and understand. Another thing that they have to understand is that they should be demanding that these political parties, all of them, do a debate as to why Americans should become members of their parties, whether they be a Democrat, a Republican, Green Party, what's the other party, Black Party, what's the other parties, Libertarian Party. Like they should have it out. Like whoever is the chair of these political parties, they should all debate. And we need to demand that debate. I'm telling you, for 2026, 2028, that will be glorious. And that is what the Nakhti order is putting forward on the front stage is we demand all these political parties to debate and tell the American people why we should join your motherfucking party. I think that's dope. I think it'll make for good television. CNN, it's MSNBC, whoever, if you're listening, because I know you Illuminati think tank niggas, y'all be watching my channel. Y'all need to figure out a way to get these political parties to debate. It'd be a dope ass idea. and had them figure out like, okay, especially for like the primaries, like the 2020, they not called primaries, but the 2026 elections and shit. It's not going to distract so much, but you could build it up to where it doesn't distract from 2028 election, but it's still, I would say, even a good idea to see where these parties are at as far as what are they ideologies, what are they bringing to the table, what do you care about for the American people, and that's where you get to see the reaction. Me personally, I want to study it. I'm like, I need to see like where the American, because I know Americans are not as extreme on the right as the right is, and they're not as extreme of the left as the left is. And so a lot of Americans feel like, okay, we don't really fit in with either one of this shit because we may feel more moderate, we may feel more in the middle, we may be fuck the whole thing, we ain't got nothing, we don't want nothing to do with it. And I think that's a fair approach too for Americans. That's like, you know what? I'm not dealing with with no two party system. I'm not dealing with none of it. It's all a sham. We need sovereignty. That's all we care about. And the Nakhti order definitely supports that as well. And so again, the Nakhti esoteric politics system, we seek to safeguard the interests of the collective, prioritizing the well-being of the people over individual ambitions of these politicians. These politicians, you can pay them off, like that recruiter at BlackRock just said. You could pay a politician off to support your cause with very little money, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. And so that's what certain groups do. That's why most politicians on the right and the left have APEC handlers. These lobby groups pay them. And so we don't agree with that sort of system. We agree with the grooming of good politicians. Okay. We're requiring leaders that not only understand the complexities of politics, but also embody the universal laws. It's built on trust, reason, and empathy. So the leaders, politicians, they should be held more accountable to highest standards. Like when you talk to the average American, they always tell you, why would you believe a politician? You can never believe anything they say. You can never trust anything they say. But these are the people that are running governance, literally running the government. That is a problem. That is a problem. And so you don't have any leaders like how you would see, like how the people love Thomas Sankara. I was a president of Burkina Faso. People love that man. People were willing to die for him. People did die for him, and he was the president, and he did a coup d'état, and he was a guy, but they were for the people, and it wasn't there wasn't an African in Burkina Faso that didn't love Thomas Sankara. Now, when they set him up to get him killed, obviously with France and bitch ass his best friend who set him up, they made it like illegal to say this man's name, to have posters of him, statues of him. They completely wanted to bury this man's image because that image was so powerful in Burkina Faso that it could have, they felt like it was a threat. It could have inspired the next, a citizen of Burkina Faso to raise their ass up and and follow in his steps and do the same thing. So they had to quell the revolution, very much so. And obviously they had to sell out. They put in puppets. Burkina Faso became a banana republic. And they had a puppet sell out president. I think he's in exile because they actually tried to charge him with the death of Thomas Sankara. Yeah, I think he went into exile. I think he went into the Ivory Coast or some shit like that. But that the current president, you know, that was Thomas Sankara's best friend, and he set him up to kill him. And so they riddled his body with like 12 gunshot wounds all over the place. But they made it illegal to say this man's name. Have it poster of him in your house. I mean, we talking about like you will go to jail. They gave him a very disrespectful burial because they wanted to like bind him and whatnot. And so, because again, if you see the videos of how them people was following him, the women, the men, the children, I mean, you would be shocked, and I stayed in New York City for about 2 years, and we were driving around, and I would use the Uber a lot in New York City, and a lot of the Africans, they drive Uber, and a lot of them, they're from Burkina Faso. So it's a particular area in Harlem where there's like a lot of Burkina Faso immigrants, and they would be the Uber drivers. And so I would, when they would drive me around, we would talk about Thomas Sankara, and you could see like they would look like sometimes they wanted to tear up, or it was just so much trauma, and then also some embarrassment. I don't know why the embarrassment. like again, they weren't shame of Thomas Sankara, of course, but I guess like because it was such what they've done systematically to Burkina Faso since the death of Thomas Sankara has been an utter shame. I mean, I think like Burkina Faso was like second in the world for gold at that time. I don't know what their gold reserve is now, but they were second as far as the gold in the ground. And you know, when Thomas Sankara was in office, there was so many changes for the better. And then once France backed Puppet got in there, forgot the dude's name. Um, Everything turned around. Like they used the IMF, obviously. The country got in debt. Uh, it was just a terrible situation for Burkina Faso, and they've been under dictatorship for a long time. And so like when I would talk with them, they would obviously say, "Oh, Thomas Sankara," and I guess they would kind of like even be whispering. So I guess like that was kind of like a subconscious thing that they had to do in Burkina Faso because they would get like kind of like all nervous, like, and I'm looking, but they would be like, "That's my father. That's our love of our life. We love him. That's our father." But they would like be whispering it, like, "That's our father," looking around, and I'm looking like, "Dang, you ain't," you know, like, because again, it was illegal to say his name in Burkina Faso, but and then some would like be looking at someone show me a picture of him and get eyes be teary eyed and shit. So they love this man, and I'm just saying like. When I think of, you know, I'm not saying every politician got to live up to that. But you know, that's what when I think of like governance and somebody really for the people, not a puppet, not somebody acting like they for the people, not somebody that's a funded, that's a part of a secret society or establishment and they acting like they're gonna really help Americans. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a motherfucker that's really there to help motherfuckers. Like that's so rare. Obviously, you had Julius Caesar. Remember how people loved Julius Caesar? They loved him. Now the man was probably flawed, of course, but the people love Julius Caesar. You could study that. Even the people love Pompey to a degree, right? I think he was less popular than Julius Caesar, but the people love Pompey. The people loved uh Leonidas. Was it Leonidas or not Xerxes? Yeah, people love Leonidas, the president, the ruler of Sparta. You know, every now and then you'll have that. And so when we think of politicians today, and knowing that the American government is based off of Rome and based off of Egyptian empire. But even if we look at the Egyptian pharaohs, obviously you have Ramesses the first, Ramesses the second, Ramesses the third. There's a couple of others way before. We talking about the first, the not the Middle Kingdom, the Old Kingdom. I probably could pull up a list of them pharaoh names. I don't I have a list. I just don't feel like doing the research right now. But you know, you had many great pharaohs, and so you know we're missing that energy. We're just missing it, and we have to develop it as as a nation in upcoming politicians, you know. But again, we're not talking about no stage and Mason theater. We're talking about real people that's ready to rock, and they raw and they authentic. They ain't got no conflict of interest. They don't have no body. They got no puppet master, no corporation they got to answer to. And the thing is, the system is so hell bent on control that they will never go that route. But that's the route that will set. That's the route that will enable them to harness the energy to propel this country to the next level. And until they do that, America's going to be going backwards instead of forward. Not you can't have controlled opposition or present the establishment as the answer to the establishment. You can't present people that cause the issues and then try to parade them around as motherfuckers that's gonna fix it. And that's what we talk about. My baby girl, one of my friends, she just was mentioning Leo Simone. She was just mentioning the Hegelian dialect, and I guess Prodigy from Mob Deep had talked about that in his album. And if I'm pronouncing that word, forgive me because, you know, I was actually learning that from her this week, and she mentioned that they have like, you know, problem reaction solution. You know, they cause the problem, get the reaction, and then want to offer the damn solution. You know, and that's how they've been ruling. Their order out of chaos. That's been their definition, and they again Stolen information has cursed the world. That's all I gotta say, man. But again, we want a unique approach to governance that offers a blueprint for society, and it has to align with truth, the collective good. Okay, and so the definition of politics is rooted um in the Greek word politica, but it means affairs of the cities. That's what politics mean. It don't mean bribery. It don't mean sucking and fucking to the top. It means affairs of the cities, which refers to the governance activities and power relations that organize communities. And so obviously we know about political science. People study this. People get degrees in political science. It's a real thing to study the affairs of the cities and governance. And that's what I'm interested in. I'm not interested in political science. I'm interested in governance philosophy or even political philosophy, such as Jacques Rousseau's work, Thomas Paine work, Martin Luther's work. That shit so fascinated me. Even Malcolm X's work. It's like that's the type of stuff that I'm interested in. And so again, politics means affair of the city. And it traces back to Aristotle's work, Politica, which explored, those different types of groups dynamics. They were discussing these things in Greece, obviously, and so they were talking about like how do you do communal decision making? What are your civic affairs, and then also you laying the groundwork for contemporary political thought. And I think that I'm fascinated by that. And so when we talk about like political candidates going forward, political candidates of the US and what we would like to see. And again, we knock the order. We are advisory, high society. We're a high society that focuses on truth and enlightenment that operates as an umbrella governance and advisory board over the United States government. And we saying it just like that. And we offer political philosophy, military science philosophy, all types of strategies, think tanks, all types of shit. And we have our appendages, which is the Nakhti University, Nakhti Church of the Higher Self, the GIA Military Science Department, Esoteric Studies Department, Black American Research and Cultural Policy Center, Center for Sexual Health and Family Planning, all the shit that I showed you on that website earlier. And I'm still working on that website. But when it comes to our politicians, well, we, with the Nakhti Order, would be interested in developing and in consulting with in strategizing is the test of leadership. This is what we would develop politicians on: the test of leadership, which is your logos, your ethos, and your pathos in Nakti governance. Now, when there's gonna be, I'll tell you this, guys. Obviously, we know they talk about that global reset. Either what we know about the cabal, the globalists versus the nationalists and whatnot, and this new world order, the Norval Ordo Seclorum or some shit like that. This new world order that they want to usher in, it's pretty much a bastardized version. It's pretty much the same old Vanguard. It's nothing really new. It's just more tenets around technocracy and control. So it's merging the new order that they want is merging man with machine, transhumanism agenda, um, neural chips in your motherfucking head, the mark of the beast type shit, like stuff that pretty much enslaves you. Freedom cities, 15-minute cities, you know, surveillance with mass surveillance that could be obviously drone surveillance, robot surveillance, digital ID, social credit scores, cryptocurrency, federal cryptocurrency, digital backed currency, those type of things. People may think on the surface level that, oh, that sounds, but when you look into the crux of it, it's pretty much just more control. I mean, for them, it's the new world order for them. They may benefit from it, those who do the billionaires or the big wigs, but for the average American person, or even the new world order that goes into effect globally, that is that's more so like a different form of slavery. And I mean, in my estimation, it doesn't give you sovereignty. A technocracy is not going to lead you towards sovereignty. And so there's going to be conflicting orders on this planet. I just want you guys to know that you're going to have a group of people that are focused more so off-grid living, natural living, focusing on humanity over AI insanity, focusing on relationships, family, focusing on sovereignty, growing their own food, nature. Okay, you're gonna have people that are focusing on the truth, wanting to get away from the matrix, the illusion. That is coming, and that is what the Nakti philosophy, the Nakti order, is ushering in. Now, it's going to be a clash. eventually. And I'm not talking about just with me or the government or me and whatever they're doing. I'm talking about like the people itself. You're going to have people that are NPCs that walk straight into the metaverse matrix system, hell system, and not realizing what they're getting into. And we're not realizing that eventually they're going to, but they, I'll tell you this, and this should be obvious to you for those that are thinkers. They want a system that's modeled after China, but they need y'all to give tacit consent to it, and they know that we look at China as a dictatorship, and they how them people get treated, and we don't really approve of that. You know, I don't know anybody that approves of of it. But what I'm seeing is kind of like they want that system here. As far I'm talking about how like not the politicians. I'm talking about like now we talking about like the secret societies, the as you guys in the basic terms you guys would say the Illuminati or whatever. They want that system in America, like the social credit score, the digital ID. You can't get on the internet unless you prove who you are. They want to track everything you damn do, surveillance, everything you damn do, like they do in China. You talk against the government, you get your ass smacked up, you get your ass locked up. You can't say nothing. Everything is censored. One, like that little WeChat that they got. They want to do that over here. They want to do something similar. They just know that they gotta cloak it in fakery. So it's like, how do we get people to willingly walk into that system and to think that it's good and to defend it and fight for it? And, like how do we get that? And so they're working on that, and they're doing, I would say, a decent job. But there are a lot of people that are going to wake up. There's a lot of people that do not like big government. They don't like fake government either, where you try to act like you're going to reform or act like you're going to make the government smaller, but you still set up an AI system that is still based on surveillance and control. Um, and so people there's going to be a clash in this country from that, because again, that's just obvious to me. That's just obvious to me. Again, the time tells all. You just need more time, and then people will see what those of us who are labeled crazy, the conspiracy theorists, those of us that are labeled, you're thinking too much, you want to be a free thinker, you don't want to be like us, like, because we not no fucking NPCs. We don't do NPC. Now we may have some NPC moment where we want to get distracted and watch a show too. I like a good Zeus show too. I watch Jocelyn's Cabaret. I love Jocelyn Cabaret. So I'm not here to judge motherfuckers that, that just want a simple life, that don't want to think too much or be doing the work that we do. I get that. So there's no judgment on an NPC, because like everybody was there. Like, well, maybe some people were not there. Some people just was born awakened, right? Some people was born. But for those of us, it was a journey for me. I can only speak for myself. Like I know what that I totally know what that feels like, to that unawareness, that lack of knowledge of self and whatnot. And so I'm not here to judge nobody, but we want to help our fellow man, not beat them down. But at the same time, we ain't gonna let them beat us down, because them NPCs and them damn Agent Smiths and them damn Matrix slaves, they like to beat us down. They like to disrespect us and attack us. And then when we bust back, we're the bad guys. We're the bad guys because we decided to off with their motherfucking head. And it's like, no, you don't get to just beat up on us enlightened ones and beat up on us because we question things, because we have no fear, because we believe in ourselves, and because we look at we want to do, put our best foot forward and get up out of this matrix. We don't deserve to get beat up, targeted, harassed, become a targeted individual and shit. Get on no list and get white glove treatment. No, we about to crack y'all heads back, you NPCs and you gang stalking slaves and all that. No, we about to bust y'all motherfucking heads in. I'm talking about metaphorically. I'm talking about spiritually. But let's get back to the topic. So the test of leadership, again, that we will be training on, or whether it be consultation or strategy for anybody that may want to run for Nakhti governance, Nakhti order governance, in our system, or even in the mainstream system. We believe in logos, ethos, and pathos. Okay, so you're expected to demonstrate not just intellectual capability, but also moral integrity, strategic foresight, and emotional intelligence required to govern efficiently. And I would say that this is something that can be developed. Now, obviously, your moral integrity, that's kind of like something that you kind of just have to have to a degree. But like the emotional intelligence and strategic foresight, those are things that can be developed. in a very methodical manner, I would say. Like that like people could like be trained on these type of things. And again, this is achieved through a vetting process, ensuring that any potential leaders that they meet the rigorous standards of the Nakhti governance framework, evaluated through the criteria of ethos, logos, and pathos. So let's talk about ethos. So ethos is your credibility and your integrity, as many of you guys already know. And so the ethos of a candidate refers to their capability and your moral character. And so I'm not going to be getting into high level strategy right here. So like say if we were to talk with a candidate, we would we would develop strategy for their ethos, but based on their current story. What is your story? What is your credentials as well? And we would craft out a story around those credentials, around their character, that will make them palatable. And so we're not going to be doing no high level strategy online on YouTube. We're just simply reviewing it, or just simply reviewing the material that you see on your screen. And so, again, integrity is very important. So we're looking at a track record of good decision making. What are you voting? What is your voting record? What have you done? So that's where you take a person's track record and you align that with the values of justice and fairness and integrity. Okay, so a candidate's leadership history is scrutinized, um, or their track record. So that's one way we would start to craft out your strategy to increase your ethos. Okay. And so that's one that we had. And again, we got to make sure that they can be trusted with power. And so some of the assessments, like one of this is just an example of the assessment in which we would uh, start just with the consultation is, can you provide an example of a time when you face a difficult decision that required you to balance competing interests? How did you approach the decision and what was the outcome? Okay. And so obviously we wouldn't put somebody on the spot and just expect them to answer that. We would ask them that question, but they can write that out or take some, they can ponder. It would probably be like a 30-minute exercise or a 50-minute exercise, in which they can come up. Maybe 50 minutes is a little too long, but probably a 30-minute, maybe even 20 minutes, it's not like, okay, we asked a question, you answer it right then and there. It's an exercise. Like, okay, can you provide an example? you know and then the next one is, have you ever had to make a decision that prioritized long-term communal well-being over short-term political or personal gain? Okay. And believe it or not, like, answers to these type of questions, they'll tell you a lot about a person. It really will. And so that's why, like, this is just an example of the questions, but asking these questions are critical, into assessing the ethos, and especially into developing ethos even stronger, I would say. Okay, and then obviously ensuring competency, because that's very important. And so the next one we have is your logos. So that's your logical reasoning and your strategic decision making. Okay, so like, how well do you appeal to reason? So obviously, any politician, they have to be able to make well-informed, logical decisions. So as you see now, as you see in Washington, they doing all types of illogical bullshit. We don't see no logical decision making whatsoever. You know, and so that's something that we would that we prioritize. Logical decisions that prioritize the health and sustainability of the community and the nation. Logical reasoning is tested by asking candidates to present clear evidence-based solutions to complex challenges. So for example, how would you address a situation where limited resources must be distributed among multiple urgent needs such as healthcare, education, and infrastructure? How do you prioritize and justify your decision? Okay. How would you address a situation where limited resources must be distributed among multiple urgent needs, such as healthcare, education, and infrastructure? How do you prioritize and justify your decision? And again, you ask the candidate that question, especially if they're running for president or something, they should be able to answer this. Now, maybe not on the spot, but if you give them 10, 20 minutes, but I would say, a good motherfucker should be able to answer this on the spot. You know, how would you address a situation where limited resources must be distributed among multiple urgent needs, such as healthcare, education, and infrastructure? And so that's where you can, maybe talk about, how your budgeting background, or how you would get a team, or maybe your experiences with capital allocation, team project management, something of that sort. But then you would probably have to, again, I would say give them like 10, 15, 20 minutes to come up with that. And then that's where you can see where they're at in terms of their competency, and then decide, if it's something that can be developed. Because I would argue that it can be, as far as your logos, your logical reasoning and whatnot. Yeah, I would say that that could be developed in a candidate, but it has to be. You have to kind of start young, and that's why the Nakhti Order of Governance. Remember, we have the Council of Children and the Black House, which is your local level. The Council of Children is located in the Black House from ages 12 to 17, and we again that's why we're saying, like, I know the Constitution has like certain age limits and whatnot of where politicians can run, which is true, but we you get them 12 to 17 in the council of children, and they're learning, they're networking with their peers, they're growing. By the time they 18, 19, 20, whatever they want to do, 2021, oh, they have the experience of governance, they know it. And they would a 19-year-old, but the vision that I have in my mind with the Nakhti order governance that we discussed with the admiral sphere, the upper house, and the black house, with the council of children in particularly, which is at the local level for 12 to ages 12 to 17. By the time they was 19 or 20 years old, they can answer this question right on the spot. These probably 18, 19, and they still get in development. Maybe they joined the Black House at a in the role as an actual politician, or the upper house, they run for office or something, or join one of the councils. They want to do local politics and whatnot. They would be able to answer these questions at the age of 19. I'm talking about like the level of high level thinking that the Nakhti order commands and demands from that we know that humans are capable of. That we know that they can live up to those expectations, but it does require development. It requires structure. It requires patience and compassion and truth and good curriculum, good actual curriculum, and good management in a team. And so that's one thing. And then the next one is, what strategies would you employ to ensure long-term economic stability while fostering innovation and growth? And so, like, someone was to ask me, I would talk about like the barter economy app, different forms of Nakhti barter exchange. That would be like the Nakhti community resource bank that we talked about, uh, ushering energy backed currency based off the partnership scale, that developing better techniques of harvesting energy and sustainability that can lead to current to be able to back currency, rather, you know um apprenticeship programs. If somebody said, what strategies with the long-term economic stability about fostering innovation and growth, apprenticeship programs that focus on the latest and greatest fields. So that would be like apprenticeship program maybe in TensorFlow and data analytics, deep machine learning, right? Different types of machine learning and whatnot. Apprenticeship programs where you earn while you learn. And so when you have an 18, 19-year-old just ready to go right into the workforce, they don't have to have a degree, but they're extremely educated. So, or maybe they do an apprenticeship from ages 19 to 2021 or some shit, depending on the field. If it's in the medical field, they probably would have to, obviously, go to a school, to learn, if it's like neurosurgery, neurosurgeon or something like that. But for the STEM fields, I think that we can totally reinvent the way education is done in many fields, be it STEM, uh, be it engineering. Well, STEM is a part of engineering is a part of STEM, but what other fields? Humanities, the social sciences. I think the humanities and the social sciences can be merged together. I do think that some fields that are in STEM need to be moved out of STEM and maybe moved into a different moved into a different category. I think that the name of social sciences and humanities, I think those fields can be completely merged. And I think that a superior name that is more modern and up to date with where society is going should be held. Human-centered intelligence, human-centered design. I came with the AIDFES model, which is a instructional design model, um, that focuses on human. One of the criteria is human-centered design. And so, again, I know I'm way ahead of my time on some things, but like I said, when if someone was to ask me this question, long-term economic stability while fostering innovation and growth, those are just some of the things I would say. I would say apprenticeship programs, a new barter exchange programs to get the community involved with one another, and the community offering those services with one another for and through a tech, this would be an app, of course. The community resource bank would be more so of the brick and mortar aspect of the app, but it would be connected, and it would be limited government in a sense where it's more communal, but it still has its tenets. It still could even be, I would say, subsidized by the government, on some level. And I know people want smaller government, and I do too. And in some ways, I think the government should be supporting the facilitation of, once again, affairs of the cities, civic affairs, affairs of the cities, affairs, communal decision making. That's all this is. And so, again, these questions, we have to test our candidates' ability to apply critical thinking, sound judgment in situations that demand both foresight and practical solutions. And so the goal is to evaluate whether the candidates' decisions are driven by logic and a comprehensive understanding of the community's needs rather than political expediency. Again, it's a complete overhaul. And that's why I'm on such on the radar. I deal with a lot behind the scenes. You should see the situation I'm dealing with now. I had just moved, and I'm dealing with. I moved, and the person, unbeknownst to me, there's an infestation in this place that I moved into. And I do have reason to believe that it could possibly be done on purpose based on the evidence that I gathered and collected. Like I would like literally be willing to like fight this case in court. Like that's how serious I am. But I've collected enough evidence to where I suspect the plethora of things that since I've been here that leads me to believe that it was kind of like a setup type thing. So I obviously have to move just that quick. But that was done to me. It's just a lot of little shit. And when you're a targeted individual, like people will fuck with you. They just do little shit to get you to spend money, to get to inconvenience you, and to distract you from the work that you're doing. And so if you have to deal with an infestation and you killing bugs all fucking day and buying, you have to spend money on this shit, or get into it with your neighbors, or get into it with the damn, and whatnot. That's all a distraction, and that's the goal, is to expend energy from the bright ones, the morning stars, until they bullshit ass matrix and whatnot. And so, that's something that, like I said, that some shit I'm dealing with behind the scenes, but God is good, with me, I've been a bitch that's been landing on my feet with every little thing they've been throwing at me. And so I'll ride out to the end, for the truth and for myself and for what I know to be a system that has to be ushered in. We cannot keep going the way that we going. I don't care about neither party. I'm telling you, like, the way that one of my hats is as a clairvoyant, a proven clairvoyant with proven public track record of predicting global events correctly on a weekly basis. Um, and that can be verified. But when I see where we're going and headed, it's just not good. And again, it is whether it had been a DNC or the RNC, we would still be in the same boat, guys. And Americans don't want to accept that because it's like a cognitive dissonance that I had too. But eventually they'll see that. Eventually they'll see that. Yeah. But now let's focus on the pathos. So your pathos is your emotional intelligence and public engagement. And so that's how well do you appeal to emotions, and again, your emotional intelligence is crucial for understanding the needs and concerns of the community, ensuring that the policy decisions resonate with the public and maintain social harmony. Okay? So of course you are expected to understand the facts, but you also have to be in tune with the emotions and aspirations of the people they represent. And so some of those questions for evaluating pathos that may include: how would you ensure that your policies reflect the diverse needs and aspirations of your constituents, especially those who are often marginalized? Okay, so that's just an example of one question. And then the next one is: can you describe a time when you use empathy to resolve a conflict or address a community concern? And so again, we're looking at your ability to engage with citizens on an emotional level. how do you respond to the needs of the community without compromising the integrity of their decisions? And so, again, this is our comprehensive evaluation, our ethos, logos, and pathos that we would obviously need to assess, but also need to develop within any candidate that would run. And again, we're focusing on like, making sure that people are capable of governing effectively, but also you're trustworthy, you're strategic, you're emotionally connected to the people that you serve. You approach leadership that is designed to promote long term stability, justice, and prosperity for the Nakhti community as well as the United States, aligning with the core values of fairness, accountability, and societal well being. Okay, and so that's what we're going to cover today. We are going to go into the second topic, which is the Trump with the Daniel Penny thing. Because I gotta I'm just gonna be ranting. We are going to be less formal, but next week I want to talk about the acknowledgement of indigenous lands and then some things with some founding fathers and whatnot. We're going to discuss more of that. We may not discuss. I think I definitely want to do acknowledgement of the indigenous land. The founding father stuff that is kind of not important, to be honest. I'm not saying they're not important. I'm just saying like discussing it on a YouTube channel. Um, I don't think I want to focus on that for next week. But I think we'll do key contributions of maybe it's something we should cover key contributions of the principal founding fathers. Maybe we get into the eight presidents that were before George Washington. The some of the um, I'll have to do some research on that though. But we may get on that, or maybe we'll focus on the founding ideals and legacies. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. I think we'll do that, or focus on. Well, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. But I do know I want to talk about the acknowledgement of the indigenous lands as well as maybe some founding ideals, maybe, or maybe we'll cover something in Thomas Paine, or maybe some sovereignty philosophy. I have to think of it. I know that's what we want to discuss next week. I do know that I do want to do like so like something for Christmas, New Year's Eve, probably like something cool, something fun though, really fun. I know I said we were going to cover some Max Spear stuff this week. The Max Spear stuff is a little too heavy for today. It's just too heavy, and that's like something that I'm sitting there and pausing and reviewing and breaking down the codes that he's giving. And to be honest, I started a little late, and so I don't have I won't be doing that today. So we could we could pull that off maybe you know next week or some shit. Yeah, maybe we'll just cover acknowledgement of indigenous lands and then do like Max Spears. For those who don't know who that is, we'll explain that next week. But I do want to cover again, I want to cover the Daniel the picture with Trump and Daniel Penny. And so, there was a situation with Daniel Penny, and I think he's a Marine, right? Or I know he's a veteran or former military. Um, he was on the subway with, in New York City with multiple passengers, and there was a man, I think his name was Jordan Neely, and Jordan Neely was a Michael Jackson impersonator, and he had suffered with mental illness. I suspect he was a 30-year-old homeless American man. He was killed on May 1st, 2023 by Daniel Penny, who was a United States Marine Corps veteran. I got a feeling that Jordan Neely was most likely a targeted individual. Where when we talk about someone when they start to label people mentally ill and homeless, you'll be quite shocked at the people who end up homeless and labeled mentally ill. There is a systematic structure that I have personally discovered that they are using to drive people into homelessness and into quote unquote mental illness or behavioral issues. I've seen it, and I've been studying this from a very objective level, like the idea of the targeted individual in Black Ops, Psych Ops programs, and whatnot, and how people get targeted based on their bloodline, based on their genealogy. They could be based on your gematria, to be honest, and then sometimes if you're an activist or if you're a whistleblower, too intelligent, uh or you're a threat to the system of any kind. And sometimes it is just simple bloodline. Like sometimes it is someone in your family that they feel like they had to they have to get rid of, or a bloodline that they want to eradicate, you will get targeted. And so I suspect, Jordan Neely. There's a lot of codes in here that makes me that leads me to suspect. We talk about Jordan, and then Daniel. There's these last names, Neely and Penny, and all this stuff. Like, there's a lot of codes here. And I won't break down all of them. But Jordan Neely was dealing with he struggled with homelessness. He struggled with mental illness, as they say. But I wouldn't be surprised if I was like to do the research and find something as to why this kid, ended up homeless, and the system failed him. You know, and and being labeled, and he's out on the streets, probably, carrying on and whatnot. And it's a lot of that in New York City. There's a lot of that happens in New York City. However, that doesn't mean somebody needs to die because they may be acting up or maybe have some behavioral issues. I do know that they say he was on drugs too. Nonetheless, he was restrained on the subway. Um, but Daniel Penny ended up killing him. you know um there's people that were saying, witnesses that were saying that they told Daniel Penny to loosen up, to let go and whatnot. And I mean, he was acquitted though, so there was it was pretty much seen as justified. But Jordan Neely, just because he was might have been agitating, or people act a damn fool. And I mean, if you ever been in a New York City subway, I purposely avoided the subway. I've been on it a couple of times. Don't get me wrong. I've been in New York City subway a couple of times, but I mean, I was going to use Waze, Uber, motherfucking regular taxi. I've used regular New York City taxi. I have used Uber. I used to, when I went to Columbia University, I used to take Uber from where I was at to Columbia to my classes. I ain't never get on no motherfucking subway. Except there was one of my colleagues. She was a student. Two of my colleagues actually kind of taught me, or had to ride with me, and they were younger than me, but they like, I mean, you should have seen like the look on my face. I'm looking around in the air, in the subway, and I remember one of the girls, she said, look at your face. You know how when Nene was going into that, I don't know if you guys remember this episode. It's a viral clip of where Nene goes into like this hair store in the Housewives of Atlanta, and she's saying the ghetto, and everybody that's familiar with that show and that viral clip, guys know what I'm talking about when Nene was saying the ghetto. That's how, and I will never forget. The girl that was taking me on the subway, she's like, "That's how your face look like now." She was like, "Yo, the way you look like the ghetto." That's what was her exact words, and she started cracking up because I was looking like, "Oh my gosh!" Like if I had pearls, or if I had a purse, or oh my gosh, oh my gosh, like that's how I act on subways. No, no lie. I don't care what nobody say. You can say I'm a bougie bitch. I don't care. I got on the subway 3 times in New York City, and I stayed in New York City for 2 years. And the 3 times that I got on there, people were with me, like friends were with me, managing, like telling me where to go to get the ticket, and how do I get a ticket? I didn't even know that, like, where do I go? Yeah, but I'm like, we getting on motherfucking ways, we getting on Uber, shit. Like, there's no way I'm getting on a New York City subway. But nonetheless, it'd be a lot of fuckery on the subway. Everybody knows that. People don't necessarily deserve to die, because they're dealing with issues, personal life issues and whatnot, especially not at the hands of a vigilante and a military serviceman at that. Like, shame. And so, things happen. We understand the differences between, like sometimes it could be accidental or and shit like that. Um, my thing is, I don't trust this system after knowing how clandestine, knowing what targeted individuals go through. Like, it makes you just look at the world differently. Like, okay, could this motherfucker have been set up? Or, like, I'm telling you, like, this shit is so deep. And I know people would think like, oh, he was just a homeless bum, a homeless person on the streets and all this stuff. And you have no idea how systematic this stuff is to get someone to that level and to that point. And you have to study it. And I have been studying that. And I have seen, I mean, I'm gonna I'm gonna go out on a limb and say this girl's name in it. And if she can get upset at me, but I don't mean any harm. If you look at the situation with Taryn Guy, Lucid Living TV, you know, um, where she's been driven to homelessness on Skid Row. One of the biggest top influencers of the hair industry, the natural hair movement. And she was also getting into the spiritual teachings and whatnot. And I know people will say, oh, people like to blame the victim or blame the person, or say, oh, you caused your own thing, you did this, you did that, you did that. And that's easy to say. That's a cop out. I've been studying her situation, and I've been studying others like her. And I know for a fact that she's a target individual. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that she's on a list, blacklist, possibly by the Masons. But they going to town on her ass, and she's trying to survive, doing the best she can. But I know that road, and I know it's hard, and there's no judgment or anything, um, because I've been studying it acutely. What's going on with her? And again, I do know she pissed off some people, but I do know she also has some protection, and I'm not saying she's totally um, just down and out and whatnot. It's never too late to nobody. Until death, all defeat is psychological, right? It's all psychological, and that's what I'm learning myself. um, but a situation like that, or the situation with young Pharaoh, y'all don't understand how that be systematic, covert, secret societies that target people. Y'all just have no idea how that shit works, and you don't know it until it happens to you. You don't know what that shit feels like because it's so covert that if you speak out, you have no proof. They have plausible deniability. And that's why, as a military science, I've been developing methods to crack at that, because it's so illegal, it's so unconstitutional, it's so horrific that this government is doing that to people, or that the government is allowing a secret society to do it. If it's not the government, they are allowing secret societies to operate like that in this country, to put people on blacklists, on apps, and harass them on a daily basis through noise campaigns, through gang stalking, mobbing, even covert harassment, where you do, financial blacklisting, regular blacklisting, or even just real pussy coward shit, like where you thinking, like in my situation, I've been able to present a folder just from just like with over 60 incidences. These are not coincidences, and we're talking about like in a real methodical, logical manner, where any intelligence officer or any lawyer could look and be like, this shit, I see what you're saying. Like, you did develop a method to diminish plausible deniability of the way these secret societies work. And so they are pissed off at me at that. Obviously that makes you target number one, right? Um, but again, like even a situation that I'm dealing with where I move into a new place, and then there's an infestation, or they're constantly turning the lights off, or they're constantly fucking, the heating is bad and all this stuff. Like that shit, that stuff be purposeful. It's not coincidental. And then you have to develop a method of establishing how it's coincident, how it's not coincidental, and how there's a pattern, and how it's systematic, and how obviously it's a secret society. And then that's where you hit the road with the claim of the secret society, but you can make the claim of being a targeted individual, or if there's some sort of COINTELPRO black ops shit, or you can even probably do an information request to see if you're on like a illegal, not an illegal, but a government watch list or some shit like that. But it's real, and it's uncomfortable for people to talk about, and it's like an open secret. It's like everybody knows, but everybody's being quiet about it. But in a situation with Jordan Neely, I do suspect that. I do suspect. Um, I truly suspect that there's something deeper going on with this, but with that man, with him. And so I'm trying to look at the names, and I was trying to decode some shit. And this boy was born the same year I was born, 1932, a month before I was born. He was born December 18th. I was a little bit of a month before I was born, but I was born in 1992 too. You know, his name is Jordan. I bet you if you start to look at his genealogy and start to go tap back, that's what I'm curious in. The Neely. And we talk about Neely Fuller, Jordan. And look at the study of the name Jordan, but I want to know this man's bloodline. I would have to study his genealogy, because something is off here. Daniel Penny. This seems like an initiation into something. I don't know. I'm telling you, esoterically, look at the codes, study the numerology. And we don't have to do all that here because we'll be sitting here for fucking hours. You know, I'm good for it. You know, I'll be doing 8 hour show. We ain't got time to do all that today because I started at damn near 7 o'clock, right? So we ain't got time to be doing those 6 hours, 7 hours. And you know, I'm good for it too. I'll talk your ass off. I'll talk your ass out. And guess what God told me? You know, now we about to get, I'm gonna get a little spiritual on you real quick. I'm talking to God and I said, you know, I like to talk shit. You know, I like to talk. I like to talk my shit, you know. And I'm like, because we don't be talking about our higher selves here, but I'll just say God for those who that still need to follow me as humans. God was like, life is about talking shit. Life is about talking shit. And I said, really, give me an example of that. Tell me more about that. And the response was, hecka. As I speak, I create. That is the definition of abracadabra. That's the saying of in the beginning. That's like the code. In the beginning was the word, and the word was God, and the word was with God. We talking about as I speak, I will create. That is the definition. That's a Hebrew. That's the Hebrew mantra. As I speak, I will create. That is one of the tenets of masonry, you know. And so it's like, yo, hecka. That's why people say talk your shit. Word is bond. Word is bond. And the beginning was the word hecka. And I said, thank you, God, for that lesson. That's deep. I said, that's dope because I was like, I like talking shit. You know, I'm like, I like to. And God was like, life is about talking shit. And I thought that was an excellent sermon to learn. But when it came back, I'm like, how is life talking about talking shit? Hecka. For those who know what Hecka who don't know what Hecka is, that's a primordial utterance of I would say resonance. You know, like it's it's your sacred utterance, your sacred words, your but it your resonance creates like what you speak creates a frequency. And then that's when you start to get into like more so like your high level fractal points. Like, what is the frequency of the words you speak? That's what will create your fractal points, your angles that ultimately creates your dimension in your IPU. And so it's like, I said, yo, that's some dope ass shit. Like I was, you know how you want to just walk back and forth, like, oh God, you remember Andre 3000 song at the end of the album, The Love Below, and he was talking to God, and he was like, God, you're the greatest, and he was talking to that black woman, when he was saying it was a literal. We probably could play it for our Freaky Friday playlist, where he was like, God, he's like, oh damn, you're a woman, and he started talking. He's like, God, you're the greatest. That's totally. I totally had that moment this week. I was just cracking up, and I'm like, I like talking shit. Like, God, life is about talking shit. As I speak, I create. What is your hecka? And the words you speak that said life and death is in the power of the tongue. And so that's very important. I know it was a little tangential, but that's my little sermon for today. Now we get back on topic to this situation. And what I want to say is, you know, Trump does the photo with Daniel Petty, you know, as a photo op. I mean, I think JD Vance was there. They were at some type of game. And I think Elon Musk might have even been there too. And like I said, I had tried to warn people 3 weeks before the election that it was a trap and that something was not right. I saw things spiritually. And I was in quantum entanglement, and so I know people probably thought, "Oh, here she go crashing out. Oh my gosh, here go Golly, here she goes." But no, it was real shit. Like when I say like I was in a trance like 24 hours. I listened to "Order My Steps in Your Word." Now that's a powerful song. We talking about you don't get no more powerful as far as your connection with Saturn, and we talk about dark energy than that gospel song. And people would never understand that. Like you got to be of a bloodline to understand that song. And order my steps in your word. I was listening to that song for 24 hours straight. And as I was talking, and then I ain't gonna hold you. Yeah, I was in communion with angels and shit. Yeah, not demons, but angels, seraphim angels, cherubim angels, the nine choirs of angels. And that, I'm telling you, that stuff is really heavy energy. And so if I get caught up in a quantum entanglement session, it's like, it is what it is. But I saw that I was like in a different dimension. I'm trying to fight back, get back in this one. And it wasn't even a fight. It was just more so like settling in and logically and coherently trying to cipher out the information because some it'd be hitting so hard. And so like, but what I did see 3 weeks before the election, that there was a lot of blackmail. And by that we talking about BLACKMAIL. Like there was like blackmail on people's heads that I found out. That's when I found out that the ancestors totally disapproved of either party, did not give a fuck about neither one of these politicians, and were demanding a certain bloodline to come out of their system, and were demanding for me to do my genealogy to look back at the records of shit that I said in 2022 that I just thought that, oh, maybe I just had a nervous breakdown or something. But like they were like, no, what we saw in 2022, what you saw in 2023, what you saw in October 2024, this is serious. You about to give up a birthright if you don't go and undo what you did as far as supporting this two-party system and this matrix shit. Like you about to really fuck up if you support. And in the end, so I was told to at least throw the warning out there, and I was told that it will not make sense now, but you give it a couple of years, you give it some time, just like with all the shit I be saying, it will make sense. And I said okay, but I was really scared. Like I was like, oh my gosh, like you want me to go out and say like, but I was told to warn motherfuckers, like it's a trap. And my ancestors told me not to support neither one. Now, they both of the parties had switched bait and switch. And they baiting and switching and operating on a masonry and a monarch shit. But the American public is stuck in a damn time loop thinking that they get it say they think they can walk their ass into a booth and actually elect a president. The president had been motherfuckers elected 10 months before the damn election. Like yeah, other parties could get at you. I mean, other secret society can get at you and toward it like they did in 2020. But it's like, what the fuck? Um, and so I knew I understand that there's a shadow government, and so I know that they do a series of rituals and a series of high level rituals to determine selection, but also it's by bloodline and it's already worked out at the top, and in many instances, decades in advance. To be honest, in some instances. There are people that are groomed from their childhood to be in those positions, and people don't want to accept that. I know that because I've seen stuff, and I was on a path to be groomed until I just decided to go off the rails and end up getting myself blacklisted. But long as I have my freedom, like my thing is, I have to have a free mind, and I have to be able to think and say and operate the way that makes sense to me, and that's in truth and in love and in accordance with the Most High. And so, if that means I gave up certain opportunities, going to Columbia University, being around very powerful people, there were 2-3 degree separations from politicians, the president, whatever, what have you. I know I could have walked into that system. I was warned by my ancestors. I was even warned by even family members not to do that shit, and they knew, and I could see that, I could feel the seriousness. Like it was like spiritual shit. Like you just know, like they not trying to set you up. Like in some instances, yeah, I'm sure, you know, uh, the family members that try to set me up and don't like me or whatever. But in that particular phone call, in that particular phone call, I knew some you could tell when somebody's speaking to your soul. You just know, and um and with time I'll grow. I'm 32 years old, but I truly felt that that was not the move to make. And when I tried to make those moves, it got continuously blocked by God. To be honest, continuously blocked by God, or a higher force, ancestors. I don't care what it is, however you say it. It was a higher force that kept blocking my access to the entertainment industrial complex, as well as politics, which is what I wanted to go into. I make no comments about that. I just didn't know what was required, or the amount of control that they require to enter into that, and that's just not me. And so I had to see that spiritually, and then it all came out. in 2023 with the P Diddy stuff and with how the industry is ran and how it's nothing but high level prostitution and shit. And there were people behind the scenes that kind of tipped me off. Like we knew, like here's the thing, like we talk about conspiracies and we've been talking about that shit for decades, right? But like you don't think that you're actually gonna be caught up in it. Like we talk about like people sacrificing people and shit like that. Like and we be we all these conspiracies and we have a little good time watching the YouTube videos and people breaking down the codes and shit. But it's like never in a million years would I thought that I would actually have to be dealing with that. Like I'm like, what the hell? Like, when I tell you shocked, mum's the word. Like, oh my gosh, like the egg on my face. Like, it's like I'm looking at other people. Oh, that person was a sacrifice. Oh, that person is going into the industry. They don't know what they doing. Oh, only to like, and it's like, wow, like you can really get caught up and be at a crossroads or be at a tipping point, and you can really have not even see it or have known, like, or I wouldn't even say not see it or know it, but just fucking oblivious. Just fucking oblivious and naive and gullible, and being naive and gullible. And I want to talk about that. I'll talk about that a little later because I want to break that down. But for me, I do have to say, when it comes to Trump with this Daniel Penny thing, I think it's sucker shit. I do, and I would tell him that to his face. I would tell him that to his face. Like that's not innovative for this country. Um, like nobody paraded the people, the police officers that killed the young lady at the January 6th riots. And I don't think nobody should. I can say that. Like there was an officer that had ended up killing some of some of the protesters at the January 6th riot who felt aggrieved by what took place in the election. And I have to say that I don't think that was justified for them and one could argue, like one could make a very valid, credible argument, like a very logical argument that lady had deserved to get shot at the Capitol, for the January 6th riot. I personally think she did not deserve that. That's just me though. Because I do think that people have the right to protest and the right to if they I mean if they're not posing a threat and even if they were posing a threat, you have a right to, if you feel like I won't even say if you feel, but if you can make a credible case for tyranny, if you can make a credible case that the Constitution is being violated, then yeah, you have the right and the duty as a people, that's just me, to speak out and to protest and to even overthrow, to be quite frank. So that's where my radicalism lies, and I'm very honest and open about that, and it's nothing illegal about that. But I say that same thing when it happens when it comes to uh, baby boy Jordan Neely. I don't think that Daniel Penny should be paraded around as a hero for that, for killing someone on a subway train who was mentally ill and homeless. That doesn't even sound right. For the president to take a picture with a Marine veteran who killed a homeless mentally ill black man, unarmed homeless mentally ill black man on a subway train. It was a 30-year-old who was doing Michael Jackson impersonations, and then you parade him around as a hero. And for those who say like, "Oh, I think you're being dramatic," like this is the photo for those who may not know. And I have to say, Trump has a handler. I don't even think Trump is making all of his decisions. I think they have absolutely blackmail on this man. I think they have him by the balls. This is not the same president from 2016. This is not that renegade maverick motherfucker. And you can see that just in the smile, the posture. Look at the body language, the posture, the smile. It's a fake smile. You got to understand stuff spiritually. This is a fake smile. Look at this. Look at that face. You think that's a real smile? Look at that. I'm talking about study the body language. This is somebody that's very uncomfortable with something that he knows, or somebody that's very, very uncomfortable. And see, and I'm not saying I'm a body language expert, but I'm willing to bet $1,000. Let's get a body language expert that's actually credible in this. I mean, credentialed rather. And we want to break this stuff down. That smile, the lines around the face, the eyes, the shifted, like, this is a different to me. And now we talk about Dick Gregory. He talks about blue tie, red tie. Dick Gregory was out of this world, right? But what he says make more sense more and more. He was just an advanced motherfucker. And I can't even like it's stuff that I can now break in his codes that it's still too high level to even for me to say it publicly because the people is just not there yet. But when he threw out that code, that was a hell of a code. And for those who know, when you get in that presidential seat and you make them deals and pacts with them entities at that level, what they require of you. And see, I think Trump at that level already knows that, as an esotericist, as a warlock himself. Um, yeah, when Dick Gregory was giving out that code of the blue tie and the red tie and the Trump and there's two different Trumps and all that. Yeah, he was trying to give out the code of cloning. Yeah, uh, that's too deep. That's too deep. But I'm not going there. I'm not going there. We're gonna keep it, very PG-13. But yeah, this is somebody that's very uncomfortable. I think he has a handler. Um I'm not going to make no excuses for him taking this photo with JD Vance. I'm sorry, with Daniel Penny. I think it's bullshit. I think it's total horseshit that he's being paraded around as some hero. Now, even if he got off, like even if like he in his soul, Daniel Penny in his soul totally didn't mean to do that as far as killing. Maybe he just really meant to restrain him. Um he still is not it's still not something to be paraded around for, right? Like even if we wanted to give him that credit and said, okay, what if Daniel Penny in his mind's eye truly did not mean to take Jordan Neely out, and he truly, you still are not deserving of being paraded around by the president of the United States. No. Just like the people there's many, and again, we give the example of the January 6th riots and the police officers who took uh those protesters out, that lady in particular. Nobody paraded him around. Would white America parade that person around? Would the president do that? No. That black officer that ended up taking that lady out. Then everything would change. Then the codes change. Then and so again, I'm not shocked because I saw I warned. I mean, it's publicly available. It's all on my Twitter channel. It's all on. It's not like, okay, you know, I tried to warn. Was I late? Yes, but I had to just do what my ancestors told me to. They told me we don't want you supporting neither one of them. Everybody knows I was leaning more towards Trump. It's not a secret. But what I saw in the spiritual realm and what I reviewed in my own genealogy and what I reviewed as far as prophecies and as far as the prophecies that I ignored because I was told that they were crazy. Meanwhile, a lot of the shit that I was saying kept coming true consistently over and over and over again. So I said, wait a minute. There's something to what I saw in 2022 and how I got 1013 like that because of I guess what they viewed as a huge threat for somebody to wake up like that. And I'm not the only person that has happened to. Apparently, there's a lot of Americans where they have experienced some sort of awakening or some sort of quantum entanglement, some sort of quantum teleportation or quantum superpositioning, or even the breaking of mind control, and they will do horrific spells on you, death spells, as well as just lock your ass up. Should come and get you and lock your motherfucking ass up, if not take you out. That is a very real thing. And so, I think I presume that there are many Americans that know that by now, and they're not as rambunctious, or they probably will keep their awakening to themselves. And I would recommend that for anybody going forward to just or do what you want. But I'm just saying, like, if you come from a certain bloodline, and if you tap in too hard, I just don't want nobody. I'm just saying I don't want nobody to try to come in and take you out or say you're crazy and put you on some psychotropic to fuck up your mind and all this shit. Like that's my thing. So excuse me, I have to blow my nose because I do have diatomaceous earths all over the new place that I moved in, and so I'm kind of breathing in this diatomaceous earth, which is a powder, and so it's kind of heavy. So if I sound extra stuffy today, it's definitely from that. It's been aggravating me, but nonetheless, I would say for people to keep their awakenings, uh, generally. the high level shit to yourself for now, because they will come for your ass. That's just a fact, and I've experienced that. And they will just try to discredit you. They will label you crazy. They will do whatever they can to try to take you out the paint. They have a whole team of Masons that are in on that. Medical industry are in on it. Black Ops program, CIA, they all in on that shit to keep people caged into this wicked system. This wicked system. It just is what it is. But I knew it was a trap 3 weeks before the election, and it freaked me out seeing what I saw spiritually because I knew that they were baiting and switching. I said that RNC is going to bait and switch on American people. Like they're two sides of the same coin. Like whatever this plan was, this agenda was, this whatever they presented to the American people, I knew it was not going to be what it was. And particularly maybe for more communities more so than others. If you make over $500,000, obviously you probably I'm not even talking to you. You know, if you make maybe even a little over 500, maybe 500,000, I don't think is enough for the game that they're playing. We talking like at least 800,000 a year. Um, for you to probably just be unscathed by whatever these this agenda is, you know. But I would say for the plans for for my order and for the things that we had planned, it would have initially been better for the RNC to win. But when they bait and switch, and when the DNC baited and switch and offered tangibles at the last minute, we could have swung it the other way and still been on par in a better position for our agenda, which is ultimately sovereignty. Because again, I know you guys think that these people make decisions; they don't. And again, the last minute bait and switch on both sides, it kind of switched in terms of what would have been better for our community. I mean, they scoffed at a plan. I mean, let's be real. There was a group of these pro-black people or controlled opposition, whatever you want to call them, that that convinced the black community to vote for Trump. Everything was Trump, 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 with no alternative. Uh, will be okay. You say we want to let the DNC crash and burn or whatever, but there was no alternative for Black Americans, um, beyond just the RNC, and it was promoted as if the RNC was the answer, and instead of like, okay, no two party is the answer. Like none of these parties are the answers. Like what are we gonna do? But you have gatekeepers, and gatekeepers are there to gatekeep and to gatekeep you in their matrix. And so when I seen the scoffing at plan that was specifically for black men as it relates to cryptocurrency, when I saw that these RNC slave shills scoffed at that plan, it was literally a plan for black men in cryptocurrency. Mind you, you see what they're doing with cryptocurrency. They were going to do it either way on either side. Whatever you see going on taking place now, this technocratic stuff, and though the DNC is a little slower, so they're not as advanced in quantum computing or quantum or understanding quantum mechanics. I get you. I give you that. The other side is not as advanced either as they want you to think. They're not. However, the plans would have been the same as far as the digital ID, the cryptocurrency, the technocracy. It would have been the same on either side, and that's what I saw spiritually too. It's just that the other side is a little more competent at carrying out the plan than the DNC. That I give you. However, when I saw how they scoffed at the last minute tangibles that the DNC gave, with no pushback, with no elaboration, with no negotiation, with no going to the RNC to ask for the same thing, at least ask for the same thing. Even if they said no, at least you want book on records asking for those very things. When I see that none of that happened, that's when I knew. That's when I got so disgusted with politics. I said, "Oh, these niggas are sellouts. Like y'all just selling people out." Like because when in the history of the world has there ever been a plan for black men in cryptocurrency? Then they say it was a one pager, bitch. That you never got nothing in 400 years and 200 years. Like, and they didn't even strategically promote that right. And then it was never not in the media. I'm telling you, it was like a perfect setup, a perfect trap, perfect Trojan horse. And they had handlers and they had people amongst even the black community making sure that it went the way it was supposed to go. And a lot of us were convinced that it was the way to go because of already having familiarity from 2016 to 2020 and seeing the bullshit that the DNC has been putting black Americans through for quite a while. And so of course there was disillusionment. Of course there was annoyance. with the DNC. But I do have to say, you have to pivot. You have to be willing to stick and move and pivot when you realize bait and switches, and when you got something on the table. Like, you had something on it. You had multiple things on the table. You had a forgivable plan of 20K, 25K in housing costs closing, 3 million homes were going to be built. But my thing is like, who the people behind the scenes pulling it? Kamala was not going to put those things. There was a team already in place. And if you think that that could not have been penetrated easier by our side, you are out of your ever loving mind. As much ideas as the DNC has stole from me personally, that I've caught them stealing off of this damn YouTube channel, you are out of your ever loving mind. I mean, on a weekly basis, but it is documented. And so it would have been easier, is all I'm saying. I'm not supporting the Democrats. I'm not supporting the DNC. I'm just talking about as far as goals, final goals of sovereignty, and knowing how the vulnerability in that systems that could get us to where we needed to get quicker. Yeah, at that last minute bait and switch, yeah, we should have took that. Yeah, the last minute bait and switch. It was last minute. They started offering shit at the last minute because they got so desperate. But it's been something that should have been negotiated upon, or even possibly exploited, or even start a bidding war. And when none of those things happened, that's when I knew. I said, okay, y'all, this shit right here is going to shit. And I'm not talking about just like, I'm talking about like the entire country, because of the way it's being. It is very quite obvious that there was just nothing but two secret societies going at it, but then decided to be cool and join. Like, it's bloodline. This is bloodline shit. This has nothing. I know Americans really want to feel like they gotta say, and to be honest, let them have a NPC moment. Let them have a NPC moment. But this is way deeper than what anybody can think. Yes, it's establishment shit. Yes, there's an oligarchy. Yes, there's a monarchy. But I'm telling you, from my perspective, it would have it's easier because there was so much vulnerability in the DNC, strategically, where they were already copying a lot. They were already, like, obviously plagiarizing Trump's policies, but literally copying ideas, whether that be from me and from other sophisticated priestesses, other sophisticated thinkers, and even smaller influencers. They were already like desperately like copying stuff. And so it's like being able to usher in certain things would have been a lot easier for us, because again, both to be honest, the end goal happens either way, because what the RNC is doing is not sustainable. That controlled opposition bullshit that they prop up on half of the establishment and act like they're gonna do major reforms and act like they for the people and care about the people. That shit, they can only play that for so long. People was already seeing through that. And there's people who really want sovereignty. There's people who really want, freedoms and the Constitution honored and whatnot, regardless of color, regardless of gender. And they can see the bullshit that is going on. They can see it. People are not stupid. They can see it. And I can see things spiritually. They got some type of blackmail on these politicians, and they got people by the balls to keep shit hidden and covered up, especially as it relates to birthrights and bloodlines of the crown. Who's up next in line? Who's actually presidential material? Who's actually was chosen, for the next Masonic reign and whatnot, or the next reign of the new order, under the guise where the Americans think they're gonna have like some election or some shit. It's nothing but a order. um, but you know, so it's a fall of a country to not protect your vulnerable people and to gloat about killing a homeless, mentally ill man who was a Michael Jackson impersonator. There's nothing but codes in this. Y'all should be able to see what the fuck this is about. That's why I think Jordan Neely was a targeted individual. You know, the system failed him, and I studied what this looked like. Now, that person that sold our community out, these black RNC shills, they gotta now for the next 4 years who took payment to do this. Like, if you there's people who supported Trump and they just supported because they just NPCs or in the Matrix, like how I was, or just really thought that that was a better option and felt like out of the two that would have been a better deal. And I'm not talking about them type of people, right? I'm not judging anybody who voted for Trump. I understand and I don't care. Like, that doesn't make, I don't feel like, I'm not upset at people who support Trump. I'm not upset at people who voted for Kamala. I'm very way past that. My state of consciousness is way past that. I don't care who you voted for. I don't care if you didn't vote. I'm talking about the people who took payment to promote something, to promote Trump. Those are the people that I detest and I'm disgusted by, because they these are people that I was that for one know my body of work on some level. Behind the scenes, we may even talked and been in communication on some even on small levels, maybe even years ago, that are part of powerful think tanks. I'm disappointed in that group because they for one, they've copied a ton of my shit, but it's like 3 weeks before the election, I warned y'all, and the way that they tried to just discredit me and make it, that let me know that I'm like, y'all some slaves. Y'all some RNC shield slaves. Y'all no different than the DNC shield slaves. And I know people may get upset, like, why are you saying slaves? I'm not, it is not about no color or nothing. I don't care about that. I'm talking about the fact that you a do boy, a patsy, that the fact that you are a do boy for the government, like a slave for the government, like a mind control bot. Like, that's what I don't like that energy, because it's like you knew you took money, and you knew if I could see it, then y'all could see it. Like, let's not play dumb here. If I could see 3 weeks before the election that something went right, and that the DNC did have tangibles, and all we had required was give us tangibles, no vote. That's what we were saying, and they gave tangibles. They just did, and like to see that get completely ignored by these quote unquote pro black protesters who were supposed to be, for the people, and supposed to be, um, you know, speaking up on our behalf to let people know, what it is that we're demanding. When I seen that they said nothing to renegotiate for more on that 25K forgivable loan, that plan for the black man relating to cryptocurrency. Now we know that the plans that the market has for cryptocurrency, or even the government has for cryptocurrency. On either side, it would have been the same, because they plan to jack crypto probably. I mean, Bitcoin itself, I mean, they got a goal for 325 in the next couple of years. If not the next year, they planning for 200,000 by the end of next year. Well, I think Kathy, what's that lady, what's that, it's a white investor, what's her name, Kathy White, I want to say. She's predicting 3 million. I forgot her estimation on what that time frame was, what the time frame was, but I remember a couple of weeks ago I was reading that she's hoping for 3 million, like Bitcoin to go to 3 million, guys. But what I'm telling you is that that would have been the plan either way. Same thing with the quantum mechanics stuff. You could look this up yourself. I've digged a little bit deeper into it. And obviously, for those who are like, oh, well, I can make a bunch of money in the market. The market does better historically under the DNC. So when they came up with that plan for that cryptocurrency plan for the black man, I feel like when I see nobody jump on that, or nobody jump on that 25K housing, like that, or even like just nothing, like the 50K for the tax, for the tax reduction for the entrepreneurs, that 50K, like that. When I seen like nobody say anything about that, and try to bury it, and then actively discredit it, like it was black people trying to discredit a plan for black men in cryptocurrency. I don't care if it was just a one pager. Even if we just said, well, we need more, or let's go to RNC, can you match that? RNC, can we do something similar? Like nothing. That's when I said, oh, I'm so done with y'all for life. Y'all have no idea. Like, I'm so done with politics. Like, oh, you can never. Oh, like it is disgusting, because I literally saw, I'm like, okay, that's why I was freaking out, when people say I was crashing out, or whatever. I'm like, yo, they selling out my community. Like, like this community is being sold out. And like I meant every word of that. I still mean every word of that. When I was freaking, and it's all documented. When I was saying, as y'all call it, the crash out. Uh, when I was saying like, yo, this community is being sold out. And I know the group of people who did it, and they had to have take a payment. You know, um, my thing is, I'm upset. Obviously, this Trump and Daniel Petty photo. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's stupid. Um, but it's like now these people that galvanize Black Americans to go and vote for Trump, they want to try to, they don't know what to say. People are asking them. Black Americans are like, "What the hell's going on?" Like y'all told us to all go in there and vote for Trump, and we all did. We talking about by the millions, or 15 million sat home alone. 15 million Black Americans. didn't do anything because they didn't feel comfortable with neither candidate. And then there was quite a bit this time that went in and voted for Trump under the guise of people who were saying that they feel like he was a better candidate, particularly pro-black controlled opposition leaders in the black community. And so again, it's a failure of a country to not protect its vulnerable people, and then to gloat about the killing of a homeless black man who's mentally ill, who was just a Michael Jackson impersonator, who just 30 years old, fell on hard times, and I just feel like it's disgusting, all around. It's not an ideal situation. And we don't want to hear, yeah, to me, it's like a lot of people are just weak in my eyes. I have to say, they beat up on this black community in a covert manner at the highest levels of our black gatekeepers, work behind the scenes to sell me out and bury me and do all these things, put me on target harassment lists. They went on at the black boulets. They came all they just so angry at the black people who were that wanted to vote DNC, and they worked so hard to get Trump in office. And now y'all want to act like y'all strong and act like, oh, we ready, we about that life, we ready to fight. Y'all some weak ass motherfuckers, man. And then now y'all want to act surprised that he's taking a picture with Daniel Petty. After I told the black community 3 weeks before the election, I said it's a trap. You guys are walking into a full blown trap. My ancestors told, and I have very powerful ancestors. And I'm not even talking about my direct ancestors, like from the last 200 years. I'm talking about way before that. Like one of my ancestors is Nakhti, the Chancellor. Where do you think this Nakhti shit comes from? This shit came to me when I was 19 years old. Nakhti, the Chancellor, coming in my dreams. I'm your fucking ancestor, bitch. And yeah, we're gonna build your empire. Like we're gonna build. We're like I'm Nakhti, the Chancellor. Like this is the type of level of ancestors that I have, and I'm not even gonna name all the rest of them. I had to keep that shit on wraps, right? But it's like they literally was like, go tell your community that this is not the movement. You apologize and you were and the thing is, I said, well, why didn't y'all say something sooner? They said, motherfucker, you was distracted. We've been trying to tell your ass. We had to get you in meditation. We had to get you to fast and just to get you this message because you want to do you want to do it your way. And I do like to stay grounded because I'm telling you, just certain practices, like even just listening to a song for 24 like it won't have the same effect on me if I decide to meditate, or if I decide to meditate, I can literally shoot out my body. I'll be somewhere out in fucking Mars somewhere. I'll be out somewhere in the galaxy, and like, and so I don't. It's different for people who are star crystal children, star seeds, indigos, clairvoyance, whatever. It's a bunch of gifted people out here, right? It's different for certain people. Aquarius in itself is born on a 22, like with a life path 8, like that's just a small little thing that even just cracking open a Bible, man, you should see. Like when I crack open the Bible and start reading it, fucking wind shit all blowing all over the place, shit flying across the damn room. I like to stay balanced and grounded. So I don't mind, I have to keep it. I'm not saying like but there's times where I purposely have to like kind of ground myself. So I don't have to be all up in a different dimension or all into the spiritual stuff. I have to keep it. Yes, I'm going to if that means, you know, watch YouTube or something. Watch Tisa Tales or like I have to keep it grounded or else I'm telling you. But when I did decide to, go all into that dimension, to those realms, that was the information that I was given. And that there's a bait and switch coming, and that is not what you think, and that your community is going to get fucking played. And anybody who told them to do that, they're going to look stupid. And it's by design. There's a trap coming, and you don't want to walk into that trap. So you go make it right publicly. Now, if anybody want to listen to you, that's on them. But you go and make that shit right publicly, because by the time we done with this, and they told me, they said we be whooping they motherfucking ass. Just so y'all know. There was a bunch of ancestors telling me, Zora Neale Hurston comes through, Malcolm X come through, and I'm like, okay, what's going on? Like, and again, like I said, I'm not a necromancer. I'm naturally spiritually gifted, and I'm not judging necromancers at all, because that's the people who are naturally can see, like mediums. Like there's mediums, right? There's people that can see the dead. It just is what it is. Like that is an actual real gift. I never had that gift, but in certain circumstances where there's an emergency, yes, certain things will just kick in. But there are people that can see the dead. Now you can judge them and say, "Oh, that's of the devil" and all that stuff. But we talking about little ass kids. I met little kids when I even just growing up that could see certain things and it'd be dead ass accurate. They'll know who died in the house. They'll be able to know what they died from. They'll be able to give the name, what they look like, and then you go and do the research of who owned the house first or who was just there, who died in the house, and it'd be 100% accurate. With just kids doing this, you know, 8 years old, 7 years old, 6 years old. So these are real gifts, um, So like I said, I was in that mode for about a week, and it was so heavy on my heart. That's why I said, you know what? I need to listen to some real low vibe music and eat something heavy to bring my shit down, to bring my state of consciousness. As I'm telling you, I was out there, and it's like it'd be too much. And then when they could feel like this system or this matrix or this holographic universe, I'm speaking in code here, they can feel when certain energies awaken too much or too high. And that's when they start your noise campaign. That's when they start your little the covert harass because they freak out too. So it's not just like other people. There are people that can see frequencies and they can see vibrations that other people are on. It's people that can see right through your motherfucking house. Sure is. I don't have to believe it. I don't have to believe it at all. It's people that could astral project in your house, remote view in your house, all types of shit. Y'all, you guys all know these things, and so they could feel that too when somebody is in a higher dimension, but still in a physical flesh. If they're in 45D or 125D, 10D, 9D, and you gotta you don't think this they could feel that, and that's when they'll go overtime to try to bring you down too, um, or to get you distracted or something. But it's a real thing. But my thing is like people morally refuse to do the right thing. And they were doing things, these little RNC shill niggas, like they was doing stuff for money. They was doing stuff and they knew that they didn't have no plans for our community. And I'm gonna give you I'm gonna give you one key thing how I know they didn't have any plans, you know? And I'll tell you this, like, and this is something I, before I get into that, I want to also say this, like, the survival of any civilization, it depends on doing morally right by the people. That's like when Egypt fell because of the shit that they pulled towards the end of the fall of Kemet, with giving out them secrets to that other side, like that, to them Hellenists, to them Greek women, and to them during the Hellenistic period, we saw the fall of Kemet. They had like sacrificed 2 million ibises trying to conjure up Tahuti. That's real talk. You could go look this shit up. They sacrificed. I got a big ass book. It's literally called Toph, but oh man, it's a beautiful, brilliant book. But nonetheless, I got it packed up. But I was saying, they sacrificed fought during, but when they realized during the Hellenistic period, when Kemet realized they were going to fall, they decided to sacrifice 2 million ibises just back to back, just killing ibises, killing ibises, killing ibises, killing, thinking, trying to appease Tahuti, and nothing worked. It had been sealed. Same with Osiris. It had been sealed. Your fate has been sealed for violating. For one, it was overthrow of certain bloodlines, and obviously, what they did to sell out to them women. Sellouts, sell out. I'm telling you, like the worst thing in my, and I'm telling you, like I could throw up just even thinking about it is a fucking sellout. Ooh, ugh. Now, we're not talking about just moving up, getting, doing the right thing and prospering on your own energy, your own abundance, your own gifts and talents. I'm not talking about that, right? Because people, you're gonna change, you're gonna evolve, you're gonna ascend. I'm talking about a low life roach rat bitch taking a check to lie and deceive their own community, and then selling your people out and putting them in a horrific situation so that you can get some money. That's what I'm talking. That's what I mean when I say sell out. I'm not talking about somebody evolving and talking proper, because I know sometimes people be thinking that, and I'm not talking about that at all. But it's like, man, The fall, the survival of these ancient civilizations or any powerful empire, it depends on doing morally right by your people. Okay. Same thing with ancient Rome. It depended on doing right by the people and the stragglers that happened to be under Roman occupation who had to do, man, bloodline of, I don't even want to go there. That's too deep. But Rome fell for a very specific reason. Now you can say it morphed into America, but we talking about the Rome. They copy. Just because you copy doesn't mean it's the same rendition or it's the same empire. You could say Rome morphed into Great Britain. It's a little bit different though. The blood. I've traced some of the genealogy back to the Roman Empire, so a Roman emperor. So I do know that there is some connection there. Make no mistake. I'm talking about my own genealogy. But there is some demarcation. But I would say this to America: your survival will depend on morally doing right by the people and the bloodlines of the tribe of Judah, as well as the people who built up the country. Your survival depends on that. Now that's I'm speaking as a prophet. Your survival totally depends on that. You have no idea the rage, not just like we talk about indigenous blood on this indigenous ancestors on this planet, on this earth, in America, in North America, who call for justice, who cry out, who call for change and governance, who call for change. But the very prophecies that you follow, the very prophecies, those bloodlines are still in existence. You could think you killed them out, you enslaved them, you beat them down, they in a projects or whatever. You want to pick on us and say because we said we was kings and we was queens and I think so. Y'all can laugh now, cry later. Y'all could think it's fun and games. It's them niggas ain't shit. They don't know nothing. We got them under mind control. We done did the best occult rituals we could do on them Black Americans. We got them under full. We did every MK Ultra ritual. And again, MK Ultra is based in the occult. It's radionics and psychotronics, and so you have to do spell work to do a proper MK Ultra ritual. Just so you guys, if for those who don't know that. But these niggas, these people really be thinking that too at the top. Like, oh, we got them where we want them to be. They fighting each other. They don't care about each other. They don't organize. They thinking all types of crazy shit about Black Americans. But you better behold. You better think twice about the bullshit you trying to pull. You're not gonna get away with it. Now they want to you convinced a lot of my people to sell out. You convinced a lot of people to sell me out. They know it's a group of secret societies that know exactly who I am and my bloodline is. And who I am and who's up next and all this shit. And I'm not taking no oath. I'm not. But you convinced them to sell me out and all this shit. That's their head. Literally their head of the mothership. They oh my gosh. I'm speaking in code now. But yeah, the survival of America will depend on morally doing right by the people of the indigenous bloodlines who built this country, as well as Sephardic Hebrew bloodlines that are indigenous to North America and the founders of the Moorish science that created the governance of America, the Masonry. That is not I know you guys say, "Oh, Scottish Rite is by white people that created this Mason." That is not where that science come from, and we all know where that science was created by, and where it went to. I mean, that come on, let's not be. That's why I keep saying there's two different groups. There's bloodline Masons. There's fake Masons. There's imposters. There's people who stole knowledge. It is what it is. I'm never gonna stop saying that. I don't care how mad I pissed them off. I don't care how mad they get at me. It is a fact. That's why they target certain bloodlines more than others. That's why they know that there's a fake order of Melchizedek and there's a real order of Melchizedek. There are real descendants of Chaldean Magi's and there are fake descendants of Chaldean Magi's. This is real. There are people. There are real descendants of Nimrod. There are fake descendants of Nimrod. There are real descendants of Osiris. There are fake descendants of Osiris. There's people that literally try to fake and act like they are another bloodline. There's fake. Come on. There's Khazars and there's Hebrews. Like let's stop this bullshit. Let's stop this bullshit. Because we in the day and times where it's about to rip. Y'all see the motherfucking drones in New Jersey? We gonna talk about it a little later. But like I said, people who try to justify, because here's what these black niggas is about to say. These RNC shields who told all the black American community to go vote for Trump. Now they gotta say, oh, the murder happened in a Democratic city. It was with a Democratic mayor. It was a Democrat. They going and it's like, dude, they didn't take the picture with Daniel Penny. Trump did. It's like, and here's another thing. When this is the response, and I actually have this recorded, and I'm glad I got this recorded because there was a room where I was gaslit about the 14th Amendment, and it was a bunch of niggas saying that they don't need a Bill of Rights. I got that recorded, and we got the voices of who all advocated for that. So I thank God for that because it's all gonna come out. Like I said, now I see why my ancestors told me to take my ass on out there in the public and say, "Hey, it's a trap, guys. I'm the legal friend." And I'm thinking like, "Oh shit! Like, are you sure I gotta say this?" But it will all make sense eventually, especially with the shit that I said in 2022, and I was able to get access back to that space and again it would all make sense in the end. But it's like we told them like it's say and I think I have a evidence of one of the recordings where there's a black guy he said he told one of the another black American man who was telling people to go vote for Trump. He's like, I feel like you walked us into a burning house, and I said that to him too. I say, I feel like you walked us into a burning house, and he said he walked into a burning house. And do you know that their response is that we already in a burning house? So you don't make the fire bigger, dumbass. And I want Black Americans to hear me on this. Just logically follow me on this. If we're already in a burning house, why would you make the fire bigger? Wouldn't you just help put the fire out? But y'all sold us out for money. That's why, and I'm telling you, anybody that responds like that to you, your antenna should go up. I have a recording of a person that met with Trump, that was bragging about Trump, that literally said that. And when I say my antennas went up to damn galaxy. Like, oh shit. Like what I suspected and what God showed me, what my ancestors showed me. That shit was real because it was showing me like, okay, this person is solid, that person is this person is, and I haven't publicly said, okay, this is who I think it. Now there's one person I have publicly said shit since 2022. I don't care. I said what I said, but like there are other people that's all in this mix that I know for a fact are sellouts and have not publicly said their name. But when they responded, if a black man says, "Hey, I feel you walked us into a burning house," or you were telling us to all work vote for Trump, and we did it, and we feel like you walked us into a burning house, and your response as an RNC slave shield is to say we were already in a burning house. That is like the epitome of stupidity. That this is somebody that it has no business in any competent position of leadership, in any competent position of influencing our community. Because you're telling my community that they have to make the fire bigger. It doesn't matter because we're already in a burning house. No, bitch, we have to put the fire out. But when you take money, that's your response. That's how you could tell a person took money. That's how you could tell they a sellout. Because why would that be? How is that your response? How is that your response? And black Americans should know that. They should be like, y'all, that ain't right, guys. Like, now that don't even sound right. When I heard that, you know how the record stopped and you be like, like the record be like, and you just stop and be like, what the heck? Did you just really say that? We got to put the fire out. Now, the fire out don't mean vote for DNC. I'm not saying that at all. The fire looks like we gonna stand the fuck up and start our own political party. It looks like, oh, we're going to demand we need a manifesto in this bitch. Where the Constitution at? Give me that. Like it's like, hold up. Like and then, like I said, they bait and switch, they offer tangibles at the end. And for the plans that I got and my team got, yeah, it would have been easier to maneuver under that administration because Kamala wasn't gonna be making no damn decision. She'd be what to get her drink on, get talking about damn collard greens and get her drink on and take her Vicodin or whatever. They weren't gonna make no damn decisions. Let's be real. There's already a group of people that's running it behind the scenes. Y'all should know that. There's already a group of people, entities, like I can't even talk freely. But there's already a people that's running shit behind that's been running it, and they continue to run it. I'm taking my hat off on it though. for the next 4 years. I'm taking a break for the next 4 years because I gotta let yeah I gotta let some shit rock for the next. So sorry guys. um, but yeah, it's like it's already people that's been, and y'all can say they delusional with it, but the whole system is ran by priestesses and warlocks. I already told y'all that interdimensional beings, fallen angels, and puppets, and people that's took oaths to secret societies or the Jesuit, or whether it be the Jesuits, the Rosicrucians and Masons, whatever. Like, let's be real. Like, stop playing stupid. And it is based on your rank, you know? But my thing is, like, for them to say, for your response, and I got, again, for one of the, I got a whole, like, 2 hour recording of Black Americans trying to justify stupidity. And it was not all Black Americans. It is not all Black Americans. But it's a group that's like making this concerted effort to discredit real niggas. And that shit is like, yo, what the fuck is y'all on? And it's like for you to tell your response to saying you walked us into a burning building is, hey, we were already in a burning building. It's not like you said, no, I did it because we have these policies, or because we have this strategy, or because we're going to do this, or because we're going to have this A, B, and C worked out. It don't matter who's in office. I have these things planned out for you. I have strategy planned out for you. I had that. It wasn't that, Black Americans. Now, if they said that, that's different, right? Or if they say, you know what, I can admit I was wrong on that. I might have jumped the gun on that, but guess what? I'm committed to making it right, and I'm committed to fixing, making sure that I'm a step for y'all. We gonna step together, and we gonna step and work, and we gonna make sure we build up this community. We gonna look out for each other for these next 4 years. We gonna do. He didn't say that. I have the recording. They didn't say that, Black Americans. He didn't say that. They said the response to you walked us into a burning house was like, hey, oh well, we were already in a burning house. And then I have the recording of the nigga saying, well, now you got something to fight for. Like, we haven't been fighting for 400 years. Like, we didn't just, like, I didn't just get assassination motherfucking attempts, detained illegally by the government, lied on by the government, all types of COINTELPRO shit that I've been dealing with. Like, I haven't been a targeted individual. What the fuck you mean? And that's why I was screaming like that in that room. I have the recording of that room where y'all try to make it seem like I was just, and that's why I was so upset at that pro-black COINTELPRO controlled opposition nigga for like ringing me up randomly, because it's like I have the recording of the space you're referring to, and sounded very competent, and it was the other people. I mean, we got niggas in there saying we don't need the Bill of Rights. This is how stupid. And then we got a nigga saying that, hey, well, now you guys got something to fight for because y'all was gonna go to sleep anyway. No, the fuck we wasn't going to go to sleep. We've been under a Democratic administration, and this the most hell I've been under since under the DNC. With the bullshit they've been putting me through, or whoever, the government, whoever it is, secret society, whoever it is. Like we haven't been fighting. Like we really was dead ass serious about that reparation shit. Y'all wasn't. Y'all just some government niggas and trying to placate us, and we really thought we was serious. Like, it's like, what the fuck? Y'all played the shit out of us. And it's like, you know, my thing is we've been fighting. Black Americans, we've been fighting. It's people that's been fighting for reparations for 30 years. Even if it wasn't for reparations, it could be liberation work, movement work. um they own sovereign work, people that believe in sovereignty, people that just want to live off grid and shit, whatever it was. Like, it's people been fighting for they own human rights for decades, only for a nigga like that. And like I said, I got the motherfucking recording, so, and I'm waiting for the right time to play it, to put it out on blast, y'all niggas. Oh, I swear to God, I'm waiting for this shit to really rock, to just bring that heat, because y'all told us, okay, now y'all got something to fight for under Trump. That was your response. The RNC shield slaves, that was their response. Was that, up, now y'all got something to fight for now. Because y'all, I had been fighting. I didn't need no Trump in there. It was Obama in there, and I was talking cash money shit. I was still this same nigga. I don't think y'all realize I was raised. It wasn't like we was just like so pro black in the household or anything, but conscious. Oh yeah, and it wasn't like we were a part of the conscious community necessarily. It was just more so like, yeah, I grew up watching the VHSs of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King for fun. Like, this is what, okay, here's the VHS of the Malcolm X documentary. Here's here's Dr. Ben Clark. Yeah, here's Dr. Henry Clark. Here's whoever it was, whoever at the time was. I mean, everybody know Dr. Khalid Muhammad. Here's Khalid Muhammad. Here's Medgar Evers. Here's Paul Robeson. Here go a book about Paul Robeson just in your house. Like that's how I grew up. Like everybody had an autobiography of Malcolm X book in a house. Everybody. I don't know not one person that don't have that book in a house. Yeah, that's how I grew up. Yes. Like the fuck. And so like even when Obama was in there, I was still this type nigga. I didn't need none of that y'all talking about. I was always talking the same shit I'm talking. Like that's in your blood or it's not. Either that's you or it's not. I didn't need no training. I need to go to no activist group. I need to join no stupid organization. I was always this type of nigga. And I wasn't hateful towards America. I'm not hateful towards any American or white people, not like that. It was just more so like I see the stratification. I see the demarcation of the racial caste system. I see it. It's obvious. I lived it. Like what the fuck? Like this is what it is. And so I say that to say is like you can't come and tell no person like me. That's why I was acting such a fool in that room, in Booby's room like that. That I have the recording, and I gotta keep saying that because y'all ain't getting off the hook. I'm just letting y'all niggas know I ain't ever gonna forget that. I got the recording of it, and when the right time come, I'ma blast you motherfuckers for telling Black Americans that we don't need no Bill of Rights and the 14th Amendment ain't shit. And it's about I'm scared of being an immigrant because I might be an immigrant and deported when my motherfucking genealogy is public records, bitch. And I am part indigenous. People say your mom is indigenous, that makes you full blown indigenous. I could probably claim full blown indigenous, but I know I seen other shit in my genealogy, like I know I'm a Sephardic more. Like, yeah, I mean, you can see it in my personality. That's why, you know, um, there's personality differences among Black Americans based on your genealogy, and we know that now. People could know with somebody a Black European. People know with somebody indigenous, an American indigenous, a Hebrew indigenous. You know the difference. Like you could know that. Like these are things that you could feel in the spirit. And so yes, I have admixture, and I admit that. I have admixture, so I don't say I'm full blown Indian. Could claim it though. Based on my mom, I can claim that. Yeah, I can. But I do know that there's other admixtures in my bloodline. So I don't discount none of it, to be honest. So I just say I'm Black American for now, but I do spell it BLAQUE. I'm not trying to reclassify nobody. I go by me. I ain't trying to go to the federal government and say that, change the spelling. I will say change the definition though. Change the definition. Change the motherfucking definition. Um but yeah, for your response to me to be, oh, now y'all got something to fight for. Now you gonna go fight. What? Do you know how fucking tired my soul is? Do you know what the fuck this government put me through? I mean, these people will poison your motherfucking ass. Like slow kill, no touch torture. Like no touch torture is real. Psychological warfare, psychological warfare on American innocent citizens. That shit is real. Like what the fuck do you mean? Do you know that like the level of the shit that I've been through? And you gonna go and tell me, well, now y'all got something. Your response to Trump taking pictures with Daniel Penny and bait and switching it on us and talking about they want to challenge the 14th Amendment and under the guise of because of the misinterpretation of 14th of that ain't a good enough reason to challenge it because you could just come up with an executive order to stop birthright citizenship and come up with a policy to stop that. The interpretation of it, the judiciary courts can fight that. They ain't got nothing. You ain't got to have no executive order to challenge no for something that got to do with my people. It's something that specifically deals with that came up in 1866. You be a stupid motherfucker to just fall for that. It's like, are you either stupid or you just completely sold the fuck out? Like, how could you not see? How could you fall for them Jedi mind tricks like that? How could you fall for them Jedi mind tricks like that? How could you be that damn dumb? You're not. You're not. You playing games. And so yes, there is anger. I'm just making sure my sound is good because I am going in, and I know them black gatekeepers. They I'm telling you. But for your response to say, "Oh, we were already in a burning house," oh well, now you got something to fight for. Not no. Look, we got A, B, C policies. Like if you was to say, okay, you were supporting Trump, Jenny. You might 3 weeks before the election, you said I think it's a trap. I just a bait and switch. I don't think we need to be doing that. Yeah, but you waited 3 weeks too motherfucking late. What's your plans? The Nakhti order. We got Nakhti order of governance of Umbra governance over the advisory of North America. We I'm thinking of doing either the Nakhti political party or a PAC at some level where we also have a think tank where we going to be doing consultation and strategies for our own candidates. Now, notice the nigga that I told y'all. I said it is publicly documented. I said that pro-black controlled opposition nigga. I said he don't have no plan for y'all. And I said whatever plan he come up with, they claim they got a plan. I said it's most likely going to be copied off of mine. And I said if they copy my shit, I am going to publicly document it. And so the moment they come with this, and guess what? He announces that he wants to do a think tank last week, and that they want to do. It's pretty much literally the same thing that I'm doing. And when he do it, we gonna run them timestamps. I like this dude is a like. This is what they have to do. They have to come up with a honeypot. Now you gonna go and join that think tank of that pro-black controlled opposition nigga, and he gonna feed whatever good idea that you give that's really for empowerment. He's gonna go back and feed them white folks that shit, and they're gonna twerk and target your ass, get you on a list, and then diminish or find a way to counteract whatever good ideas that Black Americans give to that man. You're a fucking idiot to follow that shit. And it's nothing but, and I had said that. I literally said that in this document. I said, whatever plan they claim they're going to come up with, it's most likely going to be copied off of my frameworks or my blueprints. I said, I can guarantee you, because they don't have, they've been copying me for years. And then last week, I think we need to come up with a think tank and we're going to do, that ain't nothing new, nigga. We've been told your ass to do that. That's why I said, let me just do it. And that's why we had the Nakhti order. And I'm not afraid because I said we the Umbra governance and we give advisory of the United States government, and it is what it is. What can they do? Good policies. We come up with political philosophies, different frameworks for Black Americans. You asked me what's your answer to this? I've I already talked about the policies that we're going to cover if we do come up with a political party. But even if we got to do a parallel infrastructure, I've come up with governance around uh economy, all types of shit, strategies for to help us out of this situation. So, and then I also admitted that I was wrong and I apologized. So you can't try to, when y'all have no idea what y'all doing. It's like, man, y'all have no idea what y'all have done. And I'm just glad that I answered my ancestors 3 weeks before that election. And it would have been sooner had I just not been so distracted, which I admit that. You won't catch me slipping no more. Yeah, I had my moments. I've been having my little moment, and I can admit that. But I'm on alert now. Like I may not be operating, I know quantum entanglement shit where I'm all out there in different universes and shit. But I'm motherfucking alert. I'm watching everything. I don't care how I'm watching y'all motherfuckers because like nobody can be trusted in that political shit. I don't even think our people should be involved with that shit after what I've witnessed. That's some cold selling out, man. And now they gotta explain to you. Now they gotta for the next 4 years they gotta try to justify it. If they stupid asses, if they only response is, well, we're already in a burning house. Bitch, you made the fire bigger, dumbass. Why you didn't help us pull it out? Why you didn't help us put the fire out? Why you ain't admitting that you sold your soul for money? Why you ain't admitting that you a white man's bitch now? Hmm? Hmm? That's why these Jews don't respect y'all. Y'all be selling out your diamonds and rubies for fake money and status. And what they failed to tell you is that they would never do that to their own. Ever. Not to their breast and brightest of their own if the shoe was on the other foot. For them to sell out their own, you gotta cost them about $1 billion in damage before they just sacrifice the person and look at it as collateral damage. Otherwise they'll protect them. And black people don't do that. They didn't do that with me. They sell out their best diamonds and rubies, they best and bright. Black people sell your smartest, your brightest out of jealousy to get money from this white man. And y'all do it. Y'all did it with Darren Seals. Y'all did it with Nipsey Hussle. Y'all did it with Aaliyah. Y'all did it with Khalid Muhammad. Y'all did it with Dr. York. Y'all did it with me. Y'all did it with Young Pharaoh. They did it with Corinne Gaines, because she was a sacrifice. And the government, they still ain't out of that. They had to pay that boy, her son, $34 million because of the spiritual shit. They was trying to hurry up and fix that spiritually. So that life cost them $34 million, just so y'all know. Corinne's gang. And they still ain't out of the debt of what they did. They just not out of that debt. And that's why they told me, let's get rid of the debt ceiling. You see, I don't understand how people is currency and money, how money is energy. They telling you, right? That shit just fly over people's heads, man. Oh, or people just playing dumb. I think a lot of humans are playing dumb. I really do. I don't think y'all dumb by a long shot. I think Americans be playing dumb. I do. I do. That's what I'm gonna hang my hat on. But and again, it's not all Black Americans. There are some real solid ass Black Americans. I'm willing to bet in the millions. But you're not gonna get no shake, you know. But it's like that little group, the gatekeepy group. And again, I'm not talking about the Black Boule. I'm talking about the one that try to imitate the Black Boule and try to compete with them. Like that group, man, y'all don't have no respect and no big wigs. I know y'all think y'all do because maybe they invited you at the table, but when I say they look at you as like the scum of the earth, it's like they would never sell out their best and brightest for no money when they can use that to build a fucking empire. Like they would use them same geniuses, like your they geniuses. Oh, they shot up to this top even when they in a fucking wheelchair, but fucking crippled like fucking Stephen Hawkins. Yeah, I still don't see how y'all thought that man was so genius. He was never impressive to me. Like that's just me. Stephen Hawkins was never impressive to me as a physicist. It's about string theory and all that. Like y'all get off on y'all think y'all got off on Sam Harris. Sam Harris is actually smart though. But I think he fucked up with pushing that vaccine shit, even with Noam Chomsky. Like y'all are establishment. Like we can't even trust y'all no more. Even the white folks don't really trust Sam Harris like that no more. They don't trust the white folks don't trust Sam Harris, and the white folks don't trust Noam Chomsky anymore either. Because y'all was pushing that vaccine shit. That's why. I didn't trust y'all either after that. Excuse me, I told you that for those who may come in late, I'm dealing. I had to put some diatomaceous earth in the place that I just moved into, and so it's been active. You know, it's kind of been messing with my respiratory, so that's why I have to blow my nose a little more than usual for those who come in a little later. Um, but yeah. Like I'm like the stuff y'all be impressed by. I don't be, and I the motherfucker I was impressed by. I'm really impressed by Nikola Tesla. I'm really impressed by him. You know, uh, that man, that was the real deal. That was the real deal. Okay. But but you see how they made him a target individual, but he had a totally different bloodline than the people that was in power at that time, like J.P. Morgan and all them that set him up. A totally different bloodline, and they did not recognize him as his own. They really didn't see him as they own at that time. Mm-mm, mm-mm. I mean, he was a targeted individual, but like it pisses me off. It's like why would you sell out your best and your brightest or your most fiery, like a Darren Sills, like instead of using that? That's like what they did to Thomas and Cara. Like the way they set up Thomas, that was pure jealousy. They had his best friend set him up. That was jealousy. Thomas and Cara. Like, you know how you set a whole nation back, generations back? Do you know what you fucked up just because you was a jealous ass bitch that wanted to sell out Thomas and Kyra? You set a whole you literally backtracked them people. I would say 200 years because of that bullshit that they pulled with getting rid of that man. When that man, because the thing is, like certain brilliant minds like that, that man Thomas Sankara, like it was like quantum leaping. He was quantum leaping Burkina Faso, quantum leaping, and it's like that shit. They had to. They felt so threatened by that because it's like if a black person is really in a right mind and really for their ancestors and really in the right state of whatever you. I know y'all say they don't like to say the Africans are black, whatever, but the melanated people, if they in their right motherfucking mind and they tap into them sciences and they tap into their own energy into their own DNA and rest on their own DNA and rest on who they are, oh, you going quantum leap. You about to whatever people who trying to oppress you, oppressors, and I'm not even talking about a race, I'm talking about oppressor. Anybody who's an oppressor who needs to oppress another person to build up their system, what would take them 200 years to do, 100 years to do, a person that's in their right mind that's always standing on the truth. Now, in your right mind, standing on the truth, working on your ancestors, and standing on innovation and integrity and creativity and love, oh, you're a quantum leap. And I'm talking about This could be any race, I'm telling you. But Thomas Sankara was quantum leaping them people. Like what takes oppressors 200 years to do, or well, I'll give it 100 years. 200 years is a little bit extreme. 100 years to do, it will take a person that's in a right mind, a melanated person, that can get done in 5 years. Oh, I guarantee you, that can get done in 5 years. I get, but even what the founding fathers crafted out, what it took all the men to craft it out. Y'all see how I'm not even bragging, but you see how I recrafted all that shit out in a week just by myself with the Nakhti order governance. We covered a whole new election process, a whole new governance structure, a whole new criteria for the admiral branch, state, federal, and local. Like it was nothing just by myself in less than a week. The 369 method of governance of the different election terms. Like whatever they can get done in 100 years trying to oppress motherfuckers and sacrifice blood sacrifice and rituals on people just to control them. A righteous person in a right mind with the right integrity and with their ancestors behind them, they can get that shit done. Whatever they got planning, oh, it take us 50 years, take us 20 years. Oh, we can get that shit done in a year, 2 years. And so that's why it's such a travesty and it's such a disgrace. And see, these white folks know that. I'm not even talking about it's all white folks, but I'm talking about the white folks that's at the top, the Khazars and stuff. They know. They're like, that's why they feel so threatened. That's why they put everybody on targeted individual lists. That's why they be gunning motherfuckers down and shit. They know. They're like, man, we cannot let these niggas get back in power. We'll never get that power back because they know how fast that mind works. Quantum teleportation is real. They know quantum superpositioning is real. They know that you can tap into ancient Atlantean science, Tartarian science, Celtic science, Druid science, shamanic indigenous American science, Aztec science, Mayan science. They know you get the right DNA that's admixed like that with a whole bunch of motherfucking admixtures of powerful bloodlines. Oh, they want to tap in and find out the equation of some shit. They want to tap in and find the equation of probability distribution science. The answers is gonna give it to them. Oh, we need some new military science. Give it to me, Anubis. Give it to me. This is how it works. They know DNA. They know the universe is mental. They know that you're energy. They know you have electromagnetic energy that's channeled by the fractal points in your DNA and the dimensions within your DNA. They know all this shit. Y'all don't. So they gotta come and tell anybody that's trying to tell you this, oh, that person crazy. Oh, Kylie's crazy. Because they gotta keep this shit secret for themselves. Oh shit, you really want to go there. Ugh. Man, it's so deep. We can't even go that deep because our community is so behind. The moment I say it, oh, I'm crazy, but these white folks is using that science like it's nothing on your asses. Every day, daily, knowing the truth, using your shit against you. It's sad. And the only thing y'all could do is, oh, with some money, it's some money, it's some money. I sell the person out. I'll sell, what we gotta do? Everything is for some money, bitch. Money is fake. They know that shit. That's why they need your energy, your ass in a contract, your soul. You sign a pack, you make a contract. That's why the government want to put government contracts. I swear, if I hear that one more time, I slap the shit out of y'all. Cause y'all think I don't. I know that that's Babylonian Luciferian magic with a K. Y'all can't trick me. You go tricking them other niggas. And I'm trying to tell them, and they don't want to listen. That's on them. That's on them. Government means govern your mind. What is the etymology of mint? Mint, your mind. Government, control your mind. Mind control. That's literally what government means, bitch. And I'm not calling you a bitch that's listening. I'm not calling y'all that. I'm talking to the RNC slave shields who sold us out and the DNC slave shields that sold us out. That's what I'm talking to. Sellouts. I'm talking to you. That's what I'm calling a bitch. So if you ain't do that, I promise you I'm not talking to you. I promise you I'm not talking to you. And so forgive me for getting all animated and shit. I'm pissed. I am. Because I know what happened to me behind the scenes, and I know what's happening to a lot of people behind the scenes, and only for these stupid ass gatekeepers your only response. This is the lack of ingenuity, the lack of creativity, the lack of godliness. Your only response is to tell black folk, you're already in a burning house. Well, now you got something to fight for. What? What? You need to be killed. I'm telling you, like, how could y'all, like, and y'all don't even catch it. It's like, what do y'all be? Y'all be in the days? Are y'all y'all trying to clown people for MK Ultra? Is y'all under MK Ultra? I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Like, how could y'all not see that? That sound crazy as hell to say. These people would never do that if the shoe was on the other foot. If they get a brilliant ass mind like a Thomas Sankara, these Khazars, they get a brilliant ass mind like a Thomas Sankara, like a Darren Sills or something, like a Nipsey Hussle. Oh, oh, we could finally quantum leap into the Kardashev scale. We could finally find a way to no lie. Nipsey Hussle used to talk about the Kardashev scale, just so y'all know, in private with a genius tech person that came up with the algorithm behind Instagram. There's a black man, just so y'all know that. They used to talk together about the Kardashev scale, just so y'all know. Just so y'all know. Why do you think they killed that man? Why do you think they killed Nipsey Hussle? Why do you think who was behind him a week before he died? And there was a bunch of black people involved in that, just so y'all know. I see it spiritually. I see it spiritually. Yes, he was talking about how to harness energy using Kardashev scale beyond Earth, beyond the sun, beyond a star. This is what this man was talking about. Nipsey Hussle. This is a fact. You can look this up. Now, that guy shared it. That's what they used to talk about. Him and another black man, the founder, the one that created the algorithm for Instagram. I think it was a couple. He creates a lot of algorithms and shit, but the one that coded it. What the fuck? Like they would be like, yo, we could finally find it. We could use these motherfuckers, and we could like this is how they if they was they own blood, they own bloodline. These descendants of the Canaanites and shit. But they see you have a star in your community, and they'll convince you, hey, 100K, a million. What is the price for you to sell that motherfucker out? And you already in the contract. We already own your ass. You already sold your soul, but you want a little more money? Go get at Nipsey. Go get at Darren. Go get at Corinne Gaines. Go get at Sandra. Go get at Jenny. Go get at whoever it is. And this is what these motherfuckers have been doing. I'm telling you, Black Americans, go get at Bobby Hemmett. Go get at Francis Cress Wilson. Go get at him. Go get him. And we like the pet slave bitch that you are. We got money for you and you already a slave. You already own for the rest of we own your soul. So you go get them and try to set up the next motherfucker or kill them because they're a threat to us. They're a threat. And this is what black folks been doing. And I have a list of the niggas who've been doing it. I'm telling you, like, I don't care what y'all say. Y'all could be under that trance and be the dumb motherfucker. I'm telling you what I see spiritually. And I know I'm being harsh right now. I know I'm being harsh right now. And I know it ain't all black Americans. Like I said, we got a list of these motherfuckers that's been doing this sellout shit. Why you think that's why you'll never see me defend P. Diddy and all this shit. I know that motherfucker been selling motherfuckers out. Now, maybe at the end he might have changed, but like, no, like, I'm not defending that motherfucker. And the person that's defending that motherfucker, they do the same shit. That's why he defending him. So, no, I'm not defending that motherfucker. No, no. I know that spirit, that sellout spirit where you jealous and you going to go and take another motherfucker. I can't stand that shit. You'll never get me to defend that shit. Ever. I don't even if you getting set up shit, you showed your soul to them, so shit. They come to collect. Your contract is up. Ain't no more contracts, nigga. They could take your ass out, but they want to drain the rest of the energy out of your ass. Maybe at the end, at the last minute, he decides, okay, yeah, I want to do the right thing. Shit. Whatever. Whatever, man. But yeah, people sell out. Some of the people in this community have been selling out they best and they brightest for they diamonds, they rubies for some fake ass money and status. And I'm telling you, the shoe was on the other foot, and they had that level of talent in their community. They would never sell them people out. You ain't never see Stephen Hawkins get sold out, did you? Did you ever see Noam Chomsky get sold out? No. Excuse me. Did you ever see? I mean, people sell out. Don't give me the white community. I'm telling you, they sell out. But as far as your best and your brightest, no, they looking to see how they can capitalize off of that and how you can take them to the higher next level. They not looking to see how they gonna kill that motherfucker for some money. Like I said, everything that they've been pushing on this community has been a scam. Like that nigga that told everybody to go vote for Trump. He used to brag about not taking money to diss black immigrants, right? I mean, the melanated immigrants. He used to say, they offered me a bag to not diss he said they offered me a bag to diss to diss melanated immigrants. And his whole channel now is dedicated to that. But he has zero smoke for Trump. with that picture with Daniel Penny, and they not gonna say nothing when they about to lay out all these black government workers next year and reduce college outreach for black students. They're not gonna say nothing. But now all they doing is dissing melanated immigrants. Now, a lot of these tethers, a lot of the immigrants, they deserve to get at, but that was 2021, 2022, 2023. We in 2024. Y'all still want to do that shit? What about our own building? What about our fucking empire? What about our Black American empire? What about taking our shit to the next level? Focusing on yourself. That's the key. That's the key to genius and greatness is to focus on yourself. Why are you telling our community to be distracted worrying about some damn melanated immigrants? We got at they ass. I blasted they ass for years. We blasted they ass, and we didn't have beef with the African continent. We had beef with the ones that was over here cutting up, being disrespectful. That's what the goal was to check them. It wasn't to turn into some dark shit where it's a big ass riff and it's people on the continent that got beef with us now because of this bullshit. Like, do you know the level of network that I had, even just in Africa alone, that don't fuck with me no more for me speaking out on that shit, and I had to eat that. But I mean, we talking about, people, princes, like literal verifiable. Like I did the genealogy of some of the thankfully, me and that African is friends still. Hold on a second. Oh, I'm back. But thankfully, me and that couple of them Africans are still friends. But like we talking about people that like some of my network of Africans was pretty powerful, and I know that they got turned off by seeing me talk all that shit about them and shit. Even if I didn't even really mean no harm to them. Africans that were founders of banks, uh, multi-million dollar companies, a governor in Africa. We still cool though. Thank God we still cool too. But he was a governor. He was running for president over there. I mean, he clicked in and all into that. To that, the Africans got their own class systems too. They got their own bougie ass class systems and whatnot. It's really stratified. They practice classism very heavy in Africa. But yeah, like, and I know they was probably looking like, yo, why you up there talking all this shit about Africans? And that wasn't, and it morphed into like them thinking we had beef with them over in Africa, and it's like, yo, what the hell? Like, this wasn't supposed to go this far. We were supposed to check these motherfuckers, uh, check whatever, close the border, whatever we wanted to do with immigration, and focus on our shit. But that whole channel was dedicated, and then say, "Oh, you didn't. So I guess you did take that bag to diss them because you led the charge on that shit." Now it's like and then this motherfucker was saying, "Okay, the Democrats was the one that helped Penny go free," but now it's, "Oh, I knew Trump was gonna support him and take that picture with him." Which one is it, bitch? Now it's like, oh, that's why this is dangerous to take. It's dangerous to align with any of this shit and not be able to pivot and move because it's like now you try to blame everything on the Democrats for the next few years when Republicans is running the majority now. This is what they got to do. They got to try to hurry up and blame. They're gonna be trying to blame the Democrats for every little thing now because when the Republicans is running the majority, and it's not about supporting either party. That's the thing. Don't why y'all trying to make Black Americans be plantation niggas on either party side? That don't make sense. They should be free thinking, doing what they want to do. If they want to come with their own parties, whatever. If they want tangibles, they say tangibles no vote. That's fair. But when they get the tangibles, don't walk them into the opposite direction of the fucking tangibles with a plan for the cryptocurrency for Black men plan and the 20K in forgivable loans. Forgivable loans. 20K for Black men. What the fuck? You ain't getting shit now. And I'm telling you, something in my soul kept saying, why is we supporting? They got you said no tangible, no vote. Okay, they got some tangibles now. What the fuck? That's why I just like I don't understand why y'all trying to align so hard with go from one side and then go to a next side with nothing on the table. Just say no nothing to no sides then. To make it hard for both. Don't be a bitch. Like I don't like that. I don't don't try to play me either. Just say you took money from them people. Now you gotta now you sold your soul to them. It's okay to vote whoever you want to vote for, right? I'm not mad at no Republicans. I'm not mad at no Democrats. I don't give a shit at that level. I'm talking about motherfuckers that are are taking money to influence communities to go one way or the other. And then they'll lie to them and not help them pivot and move in their best interest. That's who I'm talking about. So don't think that I'm talking about I'm so beyond that two-party shit, man. And then it's like they wanted the Democratic Party to crash and burn, but we don't have an alternative party to support. So this only builds up the Republican Party, who doesn't and won't do anything for us. They don't care about. They got their own. They can win without the black vote. The Republican Party can win without the black vote. Just so y'all know. Newsflash: there's 320 million Americans, about 180 million whites, and then the rest is is it 180 million whites or a little bit more? So they can win. They could win without the black vote. That little dent we did, you got to figure still 80, 87, 88, and then 93% of black folks still voted for the DNC, and then 15 million stayed home. So it's not like, they don't have to change their strategy to come get black folk. Now they could try to trick you to make it seem like they ain't got nothing planned against you, or they ain't gonna harm you, and then it make you feel comfortable. And then when they get in there, that's when they let the wig off, which I saw that 3 weeks before the election, and I called it out, and it's all documented. My thing is that like just about they agents for the Republican Party. That's what you got to know. And then like like this black turning the state red and stuff. I can see if they say, okay, maybe we are misinformed, or maybe but they not doing it. They and I have to say I did believe that this would be like kind of like the similar to 2016. And my whole thing is drain that swamp deep state, get them, save them children. Like that's the only thing that my mind. I understand like you could be on a mission, but then you still gotta vote with your best interest. Like they both of these parties they engaged in fuckery behind the scenes, and they both was shit. They both got allegations of fucking kids and all this shit on both sides. So my point is, it didn't fucking matter. They two sides of the same coin. That's my point. And I understand, like we wanted like closing the borders and mass deportation, balancing the economy, and that's what people thought. But they miscalculated, you know, that because he went up against such a terrible component, Kamala. He went up such against a horrible presidency candidate. And it wasn't even like, even if Kamala was terrible, like they didn't even have good strategists and consultants behind the scenes to prop it up. Because Trump had people that were smart always around him that could help him get to that, at least come off like he know what. And it's like they didn't even have it on Kamala's side, and then they didn't even have they were so arrogant. They didn't have the humility to go and seek out the brilliance, to go and look for good strategists. They just threw it away because of their arrogance, and they know what they were doing. They were trying to play on people's tops, so the birthright, the real person that was chosen for that prophecy in 2022. And they ain't ever letting up on your ass. Them ancestors is never letting up on your ass. Both white, both black, both founding father, whoever you can think of, they is on your asses on both sides. Just so y'all know, I'm talking about them secret societies and the shadow government who willingly went against a prophecy to try to keep, because that your system is falling. You think you got 4 years? Everybody gonna know that y'all some Satanist ass bitches that be messing with little ones, that be doing all types of horrific stuff behind the scenes and want to enslave humanity as in a technocracy. Both people gonna find out what the fuck y'all mission is. That satanic ass mission. People not stupid. They are the same wings of the same bird. And this fact is getting dismissed by the black people that support Trump. And again, I don't have no beef with Trump. I don't. I will tell him to his face. I don't approve him taking that picture with Daniel Penny or trying to prop him up. Like I'm like, are you going to promote the motherfucker that killed that lady at the January 6th? No, you're not. So why the fuck is you promoting Daniel Penny, who's killing a unarmed, homeless, mentally ill black man who's a Michael Jackson impersonator? Yeah, might have been acting up a little bit on the train. Y'all see, you see people pee on the train. People be shitting on the NYC subway. People be tooting they ass up. They pull their pants down, jump on the damn chair on the NYC subway. Look at them. They pull their pants down, jump on the damn chair on the damn subway, spread their ass cheeks and shit. Be pissing on the damn subway. This is what they do. Look at them. They had a whole damn no lie, guys. They had a whole like YouTube channel dedicated to crazy shit that happened on New York City subways. People screaming, people coming on with big ass boom boxes in the morning, between 6 a.m., 7 a.m., big ass speaker box playing loud ass music, dancing and jumping all over the place. Okay. So you're not gonna tell me that this little Michael Jackson impersonator who might, you know, people be smacking people randomly on the damn trains in New York. That's what I'm telling you. I never got on a train in New York City except for 3 times with people. And every time they would be looking at me like I'm telling you, my face would be I would be clutching in pearls and holding my purse all close and tight and all jittery and shit. Like I hated the trains. I'm like, man, give me that Uber, Waze. Or was it Waze? I think Waze came out with a plan. They had a monthly plan where you could take 3 trips per day for 200 motherfucking dollars a month. Sign me up. That's there and back right there, and then there to the damn grocery store, whatever I need to do, and then I get back home. I'm serious. That's literally was they had that plan. That was the best plan in the world. I hope Uber do come up with something similar. I hope you do come up with a monthly plan like that. I don't even know if they still. But that was in New York City. It was 3 trips per day every day for 30 days for $200 a month. And then they had gave you an introductory period where it was $99 for the introduction for those who signed up first. Oh my gosh, that was the best thing that ever happened to me. And I'll never forget, I was at Barcraft. Was it Barcraft in New York City? Was it something with a bar? It was a called Barcraft. And I was with some colleagues from Columbia University, and I'll never forget. I pulled up the app. Now mind you, we had been drinking and shit. Well, I think at that particular time, did I drink at that one? I think, but anyways, that's not neither here nor there. Um, but I remember he was helping me get the my Waze app. He was putting it. I guess I might have been drunk because yeah, I was drinking. He was helping me get the Waze app, and I'll never forget. He was like, because it said free, because he didn't understand that it was like a plan that was being offered that I already had paid for $200 for the month. And he looked at, he was like, oh, from here to where I was going, because at that time I think I was like staying in the Bronx, dude. Like it was like far as fuck. Like it was supposed to be like a ride that would have been taking a long damn time, like a ride. Matter of fact, no, 'cause at that time I was on the other space, but nonetheless, it still would have been like a $30-$40 ride, right? And he said it said free though. It was like free when he pulled up the price. You know how an Uber tell you the price you're gonna pay. It said free, and you should have saw his eyes. Like free? Oh, like how? How is this free? And I had to explain to him. I said, yeah, they got it. I said they got this program. It's like a monthly plan. And oh man, he took that phone out so quick and bought that damn plan. He said, oh hell no. What? I said, yeah, it's an app called Waze or some shit. They done $200 a month. I said, but it's introductory. It's only gonna cost you 99. Man, he bought that shit so fast. Like what? Getting on that terrible ass subway. Those stank ass people. Not everybody on the subway stank, but I'm just saying, like, and it's not even a class thing on some way. Like, it's not like in New York City, it's not a class thing to ride the train, right? Everybody get on the train, but you're just dealing with so much fuckery too. It's just so much. It's just so much, and that's just not my stilo. But that man ain't deserve to die. Neely Fuller did not deserve to die just because he's having a little moment or whatever. and I'm telling you, it's just horrific. It's really horrific. And Trump, you shouldn't be taking no picture with no Daniel Penny. Man, it's people. It's a lot of black people that voted for you off the strength of what other black folks said, right? And I know that they had to been hurt seeing that. Like I know they was looking at people sideways, especially these pro-black, controlled opposition niggas that was pushing all this Trump, Trump, Trump shit. I know that they had to been looking like you really set us up. Like what the fuck? Like it's people that and they looking at these things and looking at what's going on behind the scenes and really studying this shit. And they like, yo, what the? That's why people. That's why there are black men that are calling up, even ones that didn't vote, and they saying, "Hey, you walked us into a burning house. Like what the hell, man?" And then your only response is to say, "We were already in a burning house." Well, now you got something to fight for. And these are the same people that's like, "Yo, we've been radicalized. Like, yo, we've been following these motherfuckers, these pro-black motherfuckers for decades and or 10 years and shit, and like they've been telling us all this stuff, and you the one that told us to go vote for Trump. That's your only and it's people that's been fighting. It's people that's on lists and shit, getting surveillance, everybody surveillance and shit. It's all types of shit people been dealing with. That's your only response. Do you know how hurtful that is? Especially when went on a limb looking fucking crazy, telling people it's a trap 3 weeks before the election, and my ancestors told me this, and then genealogy and all this stuff, and how I had to declare my birthright over this entire government on a spiritual level. That's why I was saying, oh, I'm a legal president. I don't care how crazy it sounds. I know monarch masonry. I know how this shit works. I know who switched birthrights. I know what rituals were done on certain bloodlines. If that's not if you can't walk in that authority, that's on you. Don't look at me sideways or try to say I'm crazy because I'm gonna walk in that authority of what my ancestors said. I ain't got no choice to. Because I'm tired of getting my ass whooped by them for not listening and for not obeying what they have said, what they have set up for me. There's so many opportunities. I'm like, damn, man. And they didn't want me into the matrix. They didn't really want me. They didn't want that, and I have to honor that. There are some ancestors that would have walked me into that at the highest levels. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And and they was warring too with the ones that's like we want out of that system, but they are more powerful than them, than the ones that took the Satanist oath. Yeah, but them ancestors, they was like, they'll shit. You will walk you into the to it, but we'll play the game with you. We'll get you up to the highest level. And then the other ancestors said, no, she not doing that. We not doing that. We don't roll that way. And they fought them. And I don't care how y'all say I'm crazy. I have dreams. I know what the fuck I saw in my dreams. They had fought them like, no, she not walking into that. We ain't going. She ain't going to no Hollywood. She ain't going to no entertainment. She ain't going to act like she no politician and all that. We got her as what we said. We gonna set it up, and we gotta walk to the own beat of our own drum. Umbra governance is what it is. The Nakhti order, and so I gotta operate under the authority of God. I ain't got time to play games with these motherfuckers, these fake ass motherfuckers that's selling their soul and that's lying to the people. That's not telling these people the truth. That's not helping them break the matrix. That's not leading them back to themselves, but helping them believe in themselves, encouraging the people to believe in themselves, encourage the people to look out and protect their sovereign rights. No, 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 no. I ain't got time for motherfuckers that can't be about that life. Why the fuck would I want to be around that? Mm-mm. These people, man, they letting you know what they about. They letting you know that they want hardcore racism. And then say, oh, I like my racism out front. I don't want no racism at all. How about that, bitch? You bring that shit to me. You go take that low level weirdo ass shit somewhere else because I don't live in that dimension where it's a race paradigm where weird humans are fighting based on race and phenotype. Y'all should be way evolved beyond that. Seriously. It's like children to me. I don't understand. That's like a 2 year old, a 3 year old. That actually can't even compare them to pure beautiful children. I can't even compare that level of consciousness because children don't even do that. Children don't judge each other on race. It's like, what kind of demonic entity are we dealing with where people think that that's okay to operate in these weird old dichotomous paradigms? Gender confusion, hatred of your fellow man based on their skin color, hatred of your fellow man based on their gender. It's like y'all just weird. And it's like y'all don't realize y'all fuck up y'all planet with this backward ass shit. Like it's like It's like you dragging a whole leg of the universe down because of whatever weird. Ugh. And then we get looked at as like the elitist. Oh, you being elitist. Oh, you judging people. Oh, you doing this. Oh, you doing it. But they do the same thing to us. And in fact, they will kill us. That's why I'm like, nah, you gotta pull up your dukes. When y'all gonna stop being pussies? And then y'all wanna sit up there and say, oh, we about that life. Oh, we fighting, we doing this. But y'all sit up there and rolled over for Trump. Y'all sit up there and won't call out nothing that these people do. Get the fuck out of here with your coon ass, with your sellout ass. Like I said, they already backing away from solving inflation. And they got talks with immigrant coalitions. We talking about the RNC. So what did we really vote for? I mean, if mega corporations are pro undocumented immigrants, these are the people that fund presidents. Dude, they need pro undocumented. They need undocumented. They're not going to do much on either side with that. They may do a little bit more than the DNC, but if you notice, like the legacy that like, it's been different. Like I said, bait and switches are real. That's all I gotta say on it. I don't approve. I would tell this to Trump face. I don't give a fuck. You was wrong for taking that picture with Daniel Penny. Y'all were wrong. Like for what? Like even if you agree with what he did, like or that you understand, or if Daniel Penny really feeling his head, like you running a whole fucking country. Why would you do some shit like that and incite some shit? Then you want to drain and harvest black energy because you know some black people gonna be upset about it, and so we know that y'all doing rituals and shit and trying to harvest energy, negative energy at not negative, inauspicious energy at that. Like so it's y'all operate off a low vibration. But what if motherfuckers stop paying attention to y'all bitch asses and just check out of the system completely? Y'all literally gonna run into that. Just so I know. Not just with black folk, with white folk too. Y'all gonna have a war on your hands. Y'all have no idea what y'all are doing. These people ain't gonna just willingly walk into no damn technocracy. Especially these white boys. They ain't about to just sit up there and let you take no guns, let you tell them they gotta get a digital ID before they enter the fucking internet. And y'all kill Aaron Schwartz. Aaron Stewart. Let me make sure I got his name right, because I'll be always fucking that boy's name up. Oh, it's just Schwartz. Yeah, Aaron Schwartz. Now that was one of their best and brightest that they well, yeah, that was one of that. Now that one I have to say, he was just too big of a threat. But they didn't want to let him get past at all. And he was a good guy. Like he had a good soul. He wasn't gonna be corrupted. You could tell he was not gonna be corrupted. This man he was an ideologue. That's why I fucks with Aaron Sorkin. I fucks with brilliance. If y'all haven't known, I love brilliant people. I love intelligence, and I love people that got a lot of integrity. And you can look at. I'm telling you, I can look at energy. And I remember when I was like 20 years old when I learned about him, and that man always stuck in my heart, and I never, ever, ever, ever forgot about him. And I know that they killed him. Now, this was one of the rare few that they killed when we talk about like how they just was like, nah, we can't chance him getting up because he was an ideologue. But you could see the look in his eyes, like you don't get no treachery in his. You know how some people got to look to him. You don't get that from that boy, this boy. And these are the people. Like this is the like that's why they call him genius martyr. But like I still y'all still got a war on your hands from people like this that's on the other side that's about to wage on your ass for what the fuck you did to these American people. We're not playing with y'all. We about freedom and sovereignty and the Constitution, and y'all not living up to that Constitution at all. Y'all fucking with people. Just like when you look at Darren Seals, you violated rights. Somebody got to pay. Somebody got to pay. Look at these eyes, beautiful eyes. You can see fire. You can see fire. That's all I see is fire. It's a different look. You see how different Aaron and Darren, because they were on different missions, but they still angelic. They still were on God's side. And they was taking these people out. I'm telling you, we've been getting our asses slapped up and we saying no more. We tired of genius people getting fucked over by idiots. Jealous idiots who just go into rageful modes and want to kill us. just from being genius and for being fearless and for standing on the truth. Jealous bitches. I can't stand these motherfuckers, man. I can't. I can't. Because I don't understand that mindset. I don't understand that. I just don't understand it. Being like living your life to fuck with another person instead of focusing on yourself. I don't understand that shit. That to me is the lowest of the low. And they pay people to just fuck with people. Stealing people's energy so they can get to the next level and blood sacrificing people because you ain't got the gifts and you ain't got the sauce. And I told you the vision, the situation that happened the day that this man died. These people got the sauce. They just got it. And you killed them. Because I'm telling you, it's like this. They back. I know y'all thinking they on the other side dead and gone. They don't have no effect on nothing. Oh, we got them out. We killed them. They gone. Good luck. Because these motherfuckers is back and they not in the way that you think. They the information the system is too high level that y'all don't have the capability to stop powerful souls in different dimensions that know how to quantum teleport. Y'all can't stop what's gonna happen. We tired of a wicked system. We tired. Y'all know they kill Isaac Happy. We are tired and so fed up with corruption. We know that y'all ain't got no good plans for us, whether it was the DNC or the motherfucking RNC. We know y'all ain't got no good plans for us. But let me talk about that damn drones. Drones in New Jersey, as they say. But they say it was some damn I got a mouthful to say about that. So, there's a lot of speculation about what it could be. Is it Project Bluebeam? Is it aliens? Is it the military? Is it the government? Obviously, the government knows about that shit. If they didn't know, they would have shot that shut down. Now they want to try to just blame everything on Russia and China. That is not Russia and China. Do you know they was blaming everything on Russia and China 25 years ago? That's in Simpsons episodes, just so y'all know. So anybody that's saying, "Oh, it's Russia and China," that you should be looking at that as like I would side eye the fuck out of that for one. Like, really, like that's too easy because y'all been blaming. I'm telling you, every little thing that I don't know if y'all realize that the government don't feel comfortable telling y'all that anymore because they used it and overplayed it that nobody would believe it, and they put it in the damn Simpson shows. Like anything that go now, the new one is blame Iran, but nobody is people are starting to question the Iran shit too. Like every little thing that happened, you gonna blame China or Russia. Oh, it must be China. Oh, it must be Russia. But China and in the U.S. is about to be cool. You saw how Trump wants to meet up with what's that dude Jinping or some shit like that. So they about to be cool. So they couldn't use that one. They can't use the China one. And they can't use the Russia one. They not thinking about us. And they wouldn't do that. That's not even how a country would operate. Not knowing that there's a new world order and agenda that they trying to push. They wouldn't operate that way. Just so y'all know. So is it Project Bluebeam? No. Now here's the thing. Project Bluebeam technology is very old. I know you guys think that it's very new, but it's not. Here's the thing. Y'all remember they used Project Bluebeam technology in China already. Let me see if I could find. Let me see if I could find an actual. I should be able to find like China, like and every time they used it, what did y'all say it looked like? Crazy. Like every time China used like their little Project Bluebeam stuff to show, and they were using it to like do like little shows, like to show what looked like to be angels in the sky or um dragons in the sky rather. That shit looked fake. That Project Bluebeam stuff is very dated technology is what I'm saying. So like where we at now, and I'm about to let y'all in on something that some of y'all already noticed, and some of it's gonna take a while to get there. And this is why they went after my girl Taryn, because I'm telling you, that girl, she could see certain things, and she says it, and I know what she's saying is true, but I won't say it out loud because people would think you're crazy. But I'm gonna give y'all out this one, and y'all take it how you will, because eventually they're gonna be doing it. The technology that they gonna act like they're developing it, but it's holographic AI, very advanced AI humanoids already in existence. It's like some of the people that you interact with in them stores, and some of the people that you interact with. Whew, that's the level that we at. The Project Bluebeam shit is old. We talking about that's 1940s, 1930s shit. Yeah, I got it, but yeah, that's why I'm like, when anytime they telling y'all that, that's it. Just make my antennas go up because I'm like, why are y'all telling humans that old ass shit? And so you got a bunch of humans saying, "Oh, guys, they gonna try to trick us with Project Bluebeam. And they gonna try to trick us with Project." They already tricked you for one. The Pentagon just came out and told you they got YouTubers that's just nothing but AI. It's big ass influencers that you think is fucking real that are AI. That is already known. But wait till you realize that about wait till you realize that how advanced that holographic technology is. We talking about that it can look like flesh. You talking about the NPCs and being in a video game and simulation theory. You think that them people just crazy? You better study quantum mechanics. And it is density and dimensions, so I understand, we're in the third dimension, three, fourth, fifth dimension, whatever you want to say. But that level of holographic technology that the CIA got, it is way beyond Project Bluebeam. Way beyond. We talking about like you go into grocery stores and the people that you think, some of them people that you interacting with, you think is actually human, like you as a source player, hear me out, as a source player, and you don't realize that the motherfucker that's a holographic highly AI advanced humanoid already. It's already in existence. They just lying to you about it. They got to keep it covered up. Now, what they're gonna do is act like they're gonna they're inventing this technology. They're gonna admit to what I'm saying eventually. They just gotta act like they're coming out with it in real time, just like they gotta act like they're coming out with quantum computing in real time. This shit is already in existence. How the fuck are you crazy? Quantum computing existed in the days of Egypt. That shit you do with your consciousness. That shit you do with your consciousness. So Project Bluebeam, it's not that. This is just ancient. It's just ancient ancestral Atlantean tech. It's holographic tech. The drones. They saying it's drones. It's the secret societies that's disagreeing with what is happening, and so they sending a message. But it is people in our government and military that knows it. It's not even so much running the psyop. I mean, you can look at it as a psyop because now the people are like, oh my gosh, what is it? Is it aliens? Is it this? Is it that? Is it, oh my gosh. It's interdimensional beings, but it's not an alien invasion because they already been here and they've been fucking with your perception. With holographic technology and holographic, I mean, how is it really technology? It's ancient. This is very old technology. It's much deeper. It's high level psychotronics. Holographic technology is high level psychotronics, but you can do it on such a high level. But usually, it's interdimensional beings that could do that, fallen angels, and very very powerful, powerful, powerful occultists. Some powerful occultists that work in secret societies as a group, and some that just could do it on their own, just as an individual. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised. Now it takes energy to do all of that, but there are people that at the top that are in government and military, well, even beyond that too, that are scared about outright violating that prophecy that they know they tried to steal. And so some of them don't, they just trying to send a message. But it is high level psychotronics. Like we talk about Nikola Tesla when he said, think of everything as energy, because everything is energy and frequency. And so when you think about Project Bluebeam and holographic, you think you separate from the holographic technology, and that's the shit that's fucking you up as humans. You think that you're separate from the technology. Now you want to build a quantum computer that could be one day smarter than your ass. They done dumbed the fuck out of you humans down. Now humans are naturally very genius, more have more capabilities than AI through your own brain. You're only using 10% of your brain. You have the abilities to do quantum computing, just like that little Willow computer that they talking about. You have I guarantee you, you have the ability to astral project, remote view, clairvoyance, predictive analytics, predictive probability distribution science, project your consciousness out into different planets and different dimensions, Atlantean dimension, 125D, whatever, Saturn, whatever. You have the ability to do that as a human without Neuralink, without putting a chip in your brain, without merging with machine. You just don't be lazy. Don't If you let them tell you that, you are signing a deal with the devil. Do not take that shit, the trips in your head and all that shit. I'm telling you, that's some wicked ass shit, and you don't need it. Telepathy is real. There's synthetic telepathy that the government has. Of course, there's synthetic telepathy. Of course, there's synthetic V2K technology. What I'm telling you is that you could develop those gifts naturally. You don't need to merge yourself with a machine. In many ways, there are many humans on this planet that have all of those gifts. There's some that have telepathy and remote viewing and all this shit, can compute really fast, can go to different dimension and get a formula in the equation and didn't know it. It can go to an Atlantean dimension. It didn't come back. Go to a different planet and then come back and go and intermingle with melanin itself, cosmic melanin itself, and get high level information, high level shit, and then come back and tell the rest of humanity. It's humans that been doing that, shamans that been doing that for thousands of years. I don't need to put no motherfucking chip in my brain to do no quantum computing, bitch. And that's what you need to tell them. And if you don't, you sign that you go into that B system and be deceived and all this shit. I go ahead and do that shit if y'all want. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Cause I know for a fact. I've seen some shit. Now I purposely, kind of bring myself down because it's a lot to handle, and then that's too much information. Then everybody, oh, you're crazy. Oh, they gonna try to lock me up again. Hell no. So yeah, I'll be keeping myself, a little smooth, a little, but yeah, I know that humans are infinite beings. Like you a spirit, like no man, I'm keeping my soul. You gotta keep your soul. Now you look at the bread and circus. I got a whole playlist called Bread and Circus. No lie, Bread and Circus. Where I could look at what's going on with the case. What's going on with the P Diddy trial? Or what's going on with what's going on with what's going on in the latest news or some shit. And some of the stuff in the Bread and Circus are actually very serious topics. Um but I do have a playlist where I'll go and see what the hell's going on. But for the most part, like I'm always in a serious ass mode. But man, you don't let nobody don't fall for that shit. Don't let them put nothing in your head. You don't need no shot in your ass. You don't need no jibby jab shot in your ass for no pandemic. None of that. You don't need none of that. You got an immune system that God created that's so powerful. Overcome anything. Overcome anything. Unless you took a bunch of antibiotics. You got bronchitis as a kid and shit. And I know what that's like. Some of us got weaker immune systems. We weren't breastfed or we didn't think it, they put us on a whole bunch of antibiotics, and for those who had a lot of infections as kids, so maybe your immune system is a little fucked up. But there's so many things. There's black seed oil. There's so many things to get you caught back up. There's elderberry. There's mullein. There's garlic, of course. There's oregano. Oregano is one of the most powerful antibiotics you can get your hand on. Allegedly, or what they say. I'm not saying it's secure. I got to protect myself. You got vitamin C. You got your elderberry. You got rosemary. And I like terpenes. Like pay attention to them terpenes because those are the aromatic essences of these plants. Them terpenes have feel good mechanisms, just like lemon balm. They got terpenes and all that. I know people just familiar with terpenes and weed and cannabis, but there's terpenes in everything. There's terpenes in peppermint. There's terpenes. And see, I'm very sensitive. I'm very, 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 very sensitive. And that's why like people be like, I remember like, you got weed heads, right? And I'm not a weed smoker, but like I do the CBD, and that to me is just enough. Like the CBD that you could just buy at your grocery store or whatever. When I say that had me zooted and booted, like people be looking like, bitch, this don't do nothing. Like actual weed heads who get busy, who know weed and who know Delta 9 and THC, that they just know it. I'm coming with the little CBD little gummy, and I'm talking about I'm high. I'm not. Well, it done got me out there, and they be looking like, I was like, here, this gonna take you through the roof. Oh man, and they really believe in me, right? As I'm giving them this CBD, this CBD gummy to some actual weed heads. No lie, I did this for the two people who were straight up weed heads, and one who was a former who actually had did crack before. And I'm talking, oh, this gonna get you good. This gonna get. Where'd you buy it off of? They thinking who's your dealer? Who's your? And I'm like, I got it offline, and they already looking like you got it offline. It ain't doing that much if you got it offline. If you just bought it offline. So what is it? It's CBD. Oh, it's gonna get you good. This is a different one though. This is they take you home with them. I'm gonna take it later. I'm gonna take the gummies later. And I remember I asked them. I said, "How did you like it?" Man, Billy didn't do nothing. The fuck is you talking about, dude? And when I say that shit had me on my ass, I am so sensitive, but peppermint get me high. Like no lie, like the terpenes and peppermint fucks with my like it fucks with me. It gets me zooted and booted. Like I'm like, oh. Like rosemary does that to me too. The first time I had rosemary, I'm telling you, like it's terpenes. Like it's something lemon balm fucks, gets me all out there. I'm very, very sensitive. That's why I don't smoke. I don't drink anymore. I am so sensitive to shit, and rosemary will get me out there, like so that little CBD shit. Like I'll be dead serious, and people is laughing like, "Girl, bye." And it do got got some THC in it, but it's the one that's the legal, like the less than 3% type shit. Like I think you got to have like less than 0.3% per weight or some shit with the federal farm bill that got passed in 2018. So, but they found some loopholes, with certain things. And to me, all I can say is that little CBD thing be having me through the roof. But all I say that to say is pay attention to them terpenes. Like terpenes affect the human mind in a very positive way. Some of them are very relaxing. They increase your serotonin, increase your dopamine. For those who don't know what serotonin and dopamine is, those are those are chemicals in your brain that regulates your mood. And so like say if you have low dopamine or low serotonin, you may be more depressed. And I've dealt with depression and whatnot. I've actually went through a little slump lately. But you have turmeric. Like there's terpenes in turmeric. That's why and it's not just the terpenes but the curcumin, like stuff that's anti-inflammatory that also affects brain chemistry and gut chemistry. But don't let them try to feed you a Neuralink or something like that. Like saffron and passion flower and vervain, vetiver, and you take a right combination of some shit. Oh, you out of here. When I say you out of here, like you about to be on planet Saturn somewhere. You about to be on Jupiter somewhere. You be careful. You get you some sevens. You get you some super seven, some super seven and some damn Lomarian quartz. So you take you some motherfucking herbs and shit, some rosemary and some saffron and some. I'm telling you, you could be zooted and booted. Your ass will astral project. All right. And I'm telling you, that stuff is so strong. I love terpenes. That's why I love essential oils. Man, I got me a kit. I was a little cheap kit, but back in the day, because essential oils got cheaper. I don't know if you noticed that, but like, I don't know if they counterfeit or if they add in carrier oils to them or fucking with them. But back in the day, 10 years ago, when you wanted to get them kits, like I used to get a kit, 64 essential oils. 64 essential oils that come in one kit, a nice leather kit too. We talking $300 back then. 64. And I used to pay. I ain't give a damn. I love me some essential oils. That same kit today, and them that you get 64 essential oils now. They charge about $50. And although like I just bought like 39 essential oils, and this shit was like $30. Now You get what you pay for, because that shit wasn't hitting on nothing. And so the quality has went lower, and I think that's by design. Something not right with these essential oils these days, because back in the day used to put that shit on your skin, your ass would be knocked the fuck out, like certain oils and stuff. Your ass would feel high as hell. I mean, like literally knocked out. With some of them essential oils, you do the right combination of them. Sure, they ain't don't make them the same no more. I think Aura Cassia they got the game on lock still, but man, I have not been impressed with them with these essential oils in the market. I've been trying different brands and shit, but Aro Cassia is I would say is still got the hold on it with that powerful. They still got a good brand, I don't know how Now is doing. I don't know if you guys remember Now. Now, I don't know. I mean, you got I think I don't know. I ain't really like they shit no more either. But yeah, drones out there, that's just those is that's definitely the military, but it's at the highest levels of secret societies that's disagreeing on what's taking place in this country, and they are sending a warning. And they trying to usher in an agenda too, but they also want to fuck with it's not they don't want to really fuck with the American people. That's to send a certain message to another group. And that's all you need to know. And it is ancestral Atlantean tech, holographic tech, of course. People can say it's drones and all that stuff. It is interdimensional, but it's not like how y'all thinking. It's not an alien invasion. It's not. That's too low level. But as far as the revelation of interdimensional beings, yes, of course. I had told y'all. I mean, y'all better be listening. I know y'all be thinking I'm a quack and don't be looking at them tweets or whatever. Y'all better. Y'all, it will behoove you too. Because I give out a lot of game and it be late on stuff. And now this year, you notice I'll be deleting a lot of my tweets on purpose. I only let stuff set up for about 24 or 48 hours and then I delete it. Also, same with the retweets. Don't think I'm just retweeting because I disagree with what you said. I'm just got to clear up my timeline. So I've been retweeting it and I clear the retweets after 24 to 48 hours. I'm trying to send out messages and codes to the people that honestly deserve it at this point and that will look at it. Because um I had told y'all that BlackRock. Let me not mention no companies, but I had put on notice that I said y'all better find a way to come up with a clever way to tell these motherfucking humans about these interdimensional beings, as we don't want to hide no more. We tired of hiding. We don't give a fuck, and we tired of your systems lagging. And so you're gonna see the revelation. They have to do stage. It's going to still be a little bit of Masonic stage theater and psyops and shit, but in so many words, they letting you know right in front of you what they think it is. You know. And like I said, I had wrote someone on October 23rd, 2024, what would happen about the cover-ups and of the truth about the legal monarchs and the heir Solomons, and our presidents are selected based on Masonic rituals and rank in monarchy and in masonry. Now, just because I ain't take the oath don't mean that I'm not do what the fuck I said. I said what I said and I meant it. And my body of work speaks for itself. Just me crafting out this little shit with this Nakhti order stuff just for the last month would tell you, okay, that motherfucker's on a whole nother level. On governance. I'm shit better than what you got selected. But it's like, you know, I had told them like don't cover that up, and I specifically said we got some stuff for this dimension for y'all asses to see. And no, people are not working alone. Like you got to figure like it's people in the military that know what the hell going on, that don't approve of what they know what the hell's going on, and they don't care about either side. They just know what the hell y'all doing. They know what y'all doing to the American people and how y'all lying to them on both sides. It's a lot of people that's disgusted with both of these parties, and I am. It's like y'all don't care about the American people. I mean, y'all don't care about nobody that make under $800,000. You could tell. I don't give a fuck if nobody don't make under $800,000 a year. Do you make over on 800,000? Now maybe one day we will get there through our own genius and intelligence. I have no doubt. Shit, they didn't financially blacklist me and had me all fucked up in the game all these years. You don't think I would have crafted outside? I know, man. Are you kidding me? I have a notebook that I just had retrieved that got inventions listed in it. inventions that are still have not been invented yet. My old notebook of my inventions, most of that stuff had came to pass. Other people had got to the punch before I could get to it because I couldn't pay for the patents or whatnot, and had the money for the patents. But I'm not mad at that. I'm just saying they got to it, and that's how ideas work. It's not that they stole it. It's just more, that whatever you think of, you better get jump on it because somebody else is gonna invent it, right? But man, I got inventions, man, all types of shit. And for those who question, like, oh, I'll be doing the paper account, paper trades, right? And let me show you, like, for those who question, like, okay, now you wouldn't, let me see, how can I do this? Expired or closed? Can I do this when a date it was expired? Sort by date creative. For those who question, like, oh, because I am studying, different investment classes and whatnot, whether it be dividend investment or options or whatnot. And I've tested, I've blown accounts. I have won money, I have lost money. And but it is what it is. I've taken a year or two to study this stuff. But look at my paper account. Look at my paper account. Now, obviously, you see the losses are very small here. The date created and the date closed because I was wrong on the direction on AMD. That bullshit they pull with pulling that shit at the last minute. Acting like that you're gonna drop you said you was gonna cut the Fed rates and they gonna act like you're gonna cut fewer the year, so that makes the market go low. They lost all the gains. It was, what, 2 days ago. That was bullshit. They did that on purpose because they wanted to get in at a lower price. That should be obvious. But you see the low. Look at the okay. I lost $16, lost $63, lost $44, lost $34. But look at this, $20,000. That's just in one day off of a bull put spread. This is a paper account, mind you, but this is options. This is like a real, like, you got to pay for this shit, and you can look at Congress flow, news flow, historical flow, low flow, insider flow. You pay for this shit. Sometimes I pay for it, sometimes I don't. Because right now I'm doing paper. I'm doing back. I'm not so much back testing, but developing strategies. But look at this shit. 17,000. Open the bull put spread, and this is just the paper. So I know what the fuck I could do if I actually had money. Like, even this day right here where I was down 11,000, I did take that 11,000 loss. But then that same day, if you could see on the same day, there was a $17,000 gain on the same day, and there was a $14,000 gain on the same day on this paper account on a pull but spread. Short put, $1,000. Look at the date it was created and the date it was closed. You could see it right in front of you. Just for you guys, because created at expired close date. So these are the dates that I closed it. $86,000. It was open on November 27th. I closed it on December 2nd. It was a short put, a Tesla December 13th, 300 short put. $86,000. That's like less than 5 days. Do you know? Like, I'm telling you, I have an invention book and I am mastering this. And this is why this locked me out. This is why they spent so many years financially blacklisting me. Now, I kept losses small, except for this one with this 11,000 one, but it was still wildly profitable because in the same day that I took the 11,000 out of loss, I closed the $17,000 up and then $14,000 up on the paper account, all in the same day. You could do the math right here yourself. $86,000 on a short put, $23,000 in less than 3 days on a bull put spread, $15,000 on a short put, $10,000 on a bull put spread, $6,300 on a bull put spread, closed in one day. Mind you, look at the dates. This is all in one day, mind you. 15 open November 21st, closed the 22nd. 10,000 open November 21st, closed November 22nd. 6,000 open November 20th, closed November 21st. 8,000 open November 19th, closed 21st. Lost $12, lost $25, lost $120, lost $72. Did you see how small the losses are compared to what the fuck that, like, you can't even, like, that's not even comparable. Like, you could see this on your motherfucking screen. And then I did start doing with the small accounts too, like, like Here's one, $3,100. Opened it November 7th, closed it November 13th. You can see it right there. It took a $747 hit. But then, obviously, you could do the math. And so this is where you could see how I progressively had gotten better. Obviously, when we talk about leverage, how much was your collateral? How much was your margin? Like, what the fuck did you? What was your what collateral did you put up? What was your strategy going in? I pay attention to my deltas. I'm looking at my deltas. I'm looking at my Greeks. I'm looking at my theta. I'm looking at the time to expiration. Is it a leap? Is it a what strategy am I using? Is it a credit spread, a debit spread? Like I put in work into this shit, and so like I have obviously have a long way to go. This is a paper trade, but I have used my real money. And the reason why I go back to the drawing board and test out strategies and do still do paper is because like I'm this is something like that I'm taking serious. And sometimes I do be thinking like, that's like the composite man where they feel like as soon as you get into your position and want to go in the opposite direction. And so the market is a beast. For those who may be coming in late, I told people earlier that I just moved into a new place and I had to use some diatomaceous earth, which is a powder, and it is acting up, making my respiratory act up. Since I've put the diatomaceous earth down, and that's pretty normal, uh, until I vacuum it up. But so there's like it's like a powder. Diatomaceous earth is very powerful, and so it's like it's a powder, and it's kind of acted up by immune system. But yeah, $4,000, October 14th. See, but I got progressively better. And there were times where I took losses, but I mean, you could do the math. Anybody could just do the math themselves. And here's my work with the small accounts. With the small accounts, still only losing $1, losing $5, $2, but the rest gaining $200, gaining $400, gaining. You know, look at this right here. Look at this. Boom. There was no losses in the month of September. 1100, 700, and we look at the dates that they've closed of. But this I did with much smaller collateral, much smaller margin, much smaller, as you can see. That's why the gains are lower, but it's still $1,000 in 2 days, $1,200 in 2 days, $800 in 6 days, $960 in 4 days, $1,700 in 4 days, 1,100. You see it on your screen right in front of you. Like I like when I say I'd be taking like, but look at this, but this one I was more impressed by because I'm like, yo, if look at this shit, like $86,000 in less than 5 days, and I said no wonder why this motherfucking government. My whole life it just felt like I was fighting against a current, like something like you just know something not right, and I'm thinking it's because of racism or some shit, and these motherfuckers had me as a target individual, financially blacklisting me, intercepting all my motherfucking business and shit as an author of 20 books. I said, these motherfuckers is grimy. And I have an inventor's book with inventions that I know for a fact will rival anything that's out in this market. And these motherfuckers, they have been doing it. The only way that they wanted me in a system is if I was under their motherfucking control. Mind control and fucking under a oath. I don't want to be under no, I want freedom. Why the fuck would I let somebody mind control me? Or make me sign some deals or some weirdo ass fucking contracts? Not happening. Not happening. So this, like I know. That's why I tell like when these men don't want to invest in the divine feminine, they only want to harvest the energy of the divine feminine. That's why I don't really fuck with people because I know the type of woman that I am, and if someone was to invest in me as a man, that's why I said these niggas don't come in my motherfucking DMs with your bullshit. They had a nigga that come in my DMs on Instagram. We exchanged numbers or whatnot. Just like 2 weeks ago, and this motherfucker was talking about, oh, do you smoke? Do you drink? I smoke and I drink. No, I don't smoke and drink. I used to drink. I don't smoke and drink. No. Okay, that's already, we ain't really got nothing in common. And then it's like he want to be all in the entertainment industry. And then he brought out I want to be in a polyamorous relationship. What do you think about that? Bitch, you don't even know me, the type of woman I am, the type of priestess I am. I said, and he gonna say it's because it'll allow us to have better economic building. Bitch, if you want two wives, I'm down for two wives, but nigga, you gotta take care of both of us. Why the fuck would I be with a nigga that want polyamory, but you ain't got polyamory money? What you mean I gotta still do? And granted, you got the if you come to the table with something, nigga, I could flip this. Look at this. Nick, look at this. $86,000 in 5 days, dude. $22,000 in 3 days. $15,000 in one day. 10,000 in like if a nigga that got that came my way and invested properly in the divine feminine and wasn't being a hungry, harvesting, soul sacrificing bitch. Like I can get a nigga up there, but you gonna come in my DMs and tell me, oh, I smoke and I drink. Do you smoke and you drink? No, I don't smoke and drink, nigga. No. What the fuck? That's the first. That's what you got on your. You come to a goddess like me. This what the fuck is on your damn mind? And some smoking and drinking. You gonna come in my DMs with that shit? And then somebody, oh yeah, it's about polyamory and what's your favorite foods and all. Look, I get it. You know, your mouthpiece ain't Chris, but it's like, nigga. No, I don't want to do no polyamory with your broke ass. If I'm gonna do polyamory, it's gonna be with a nigga that got some bread, and we gonna flip some shit. You gonna put some money in this motherfucking account, and and we gonna do this right here. What you see right on your motherfucking screen, nigga. Right here. This right here. Small losses, big gain. Keep the losses small. Even on this day, I took my biggest hit is $11,000 hit. But that same day, there was a $17,000 gain and a 14,000 gain. So what's 17 plus 14,000 minus 11,000? We was still profitable that day. $20,000 right here in one day. Nigga, don't hop in my motherfucking DMs unless you willing to invest in a divine feminine, bitch. I know you go fund the patents for these motherfucking inventions so we can get some bread, nigga. You gonna fund my options account. You gonna fund my damn money account so that I can fucking trade like how I need to be trading. I know I pay attention to deltas, Greeks. I pay attention to probabilities. This is a proper strategies of probabilities. The market is a probability game and it's very unpredictable. You can't usually beat the market. So that's why you gotta get, when you see green, take green. I've learned a lot of lessons. I've blown motherfucking accounts. I ain't got money like that. To be blowing $3,000 accounts, $1,000. I've done it. And I have no choice but to get good or else I'm gonna do I want to keep losing my motherfucking money? No. You know? But don't see that's the thing with you niggas. And could you imagine, like, I couldn't believe that this dude coming, like, and again, I'm not a judgmental motherfucker. I just want you to look, look, and I'm telling you, any nigga that come in my DMs, this the only thing you got to do. You got to work and you got to flush that toilet out behind yourself. I'll cook and clean. I could do that, but you gonna fund that? You gonna fund this damn account too, so I could do this fucking trading. You gonna fund it? All you gotta do is motherfucking work hard. And that's it. And flush that toilet behind yourself and put that seat down. That's all the fuck you gotta do, nigga. And fun my damn businesses and ideas. Such as this right here. Fund my account so I can do my trading. And when we get up, we can get some patents for my inventions, do some marketing for my books. That's what we gotta do. The fuck? And I believe that I believe in I don't believe in, the big time spending all this money on millions of dollar houses and shit. No. You get a house outright or you shit. I don't believe in paying no more if it's a mortgage, I don't believe in paying nothing that's over $1,000 for no motherfucking mortgage. And that's facts. I don't believe in breaking no bank for housing and all this shit. Keeping up with the Joneses. I don't believe in all that shit. $600 mortgage. $700 mortgage and call it a fucking day. The fuck? Don't need no fancy ass cars. Don't hop in my motherfucking DMs talking about no polyamory niggas unless you got polyamory money. You want a second wife? You want a second wife? You better be a millionaire. Your third wife, you better be a millionaire and be able to take care of both of us. And what the fuck you better be able to do is what I said. Funding this damn account right here. Shit, I homeschool my motherfucking children, so it ain't nothing. Like all you gotta do is be willing to work and invest in the divine feminine and flush that toilet behind your damn ass. Because niggas don't flush it, but it's like I just don't understand. It's like they've been using it, absorbing and stealing from the divine feminine. That's all it's been about. That's all it's been about is stealing from the divine feminine instead of investing in it. And that's why people be so behind. You get the right woman instead of thinking of, oh, how can I steal her energy? How can I sacrifice her and come off her energy? You get with that type of woman. You will be whatever you thought you wanted to be. You will be that and then some. You will get an empire, dude. You will be able to, if you get with the women that y'all trying to sacrifice. If you invested in the divine feminine in those women, because they get so scared because they realize like, damn, like it's a really deviant spirit. It's a Marduk. It's a real wicked spirit for a man who will want to sacrifice a woman instead of build with her. It's a real wicked spirit, and that spirit is in this country. Oh man. And it has cursed a lot of it has cursed generations of bloodlines. It has cursed people. It has cursed whole groups of people from overthrowing Queen Mothership and disrespecting the divine feminine. It has really cursed the world. It really has 1,000 times over. I have no idea. And at the top of the highest level of the secret societies, they already know this. They already know everything I'm telling you. And so they reverse engineered it, but that's how they keep their power. That's how they keep them. That's the only way they can stay in power. And so they do behind the scenes worship the divine feminine at the highest levels of the secret societies. That's what the last thing you're gonna learn at the high at your 33-degree level. Just so y'all know, just so y'all don't have to join the Masons to find that out. And they punish you, and you have a lifelong oath, and you sold your generations out, and you actually sacrificed a bunch of women only for you to sell your soul to Satan at the last minute. And it's a trick. It's a fallen angel's big joke. It's a crack. It's a joke, but it's a twisted knowledge. And so I wouldn't advise anybody to join that shit. But that's the last thing that you go find out. Oh, what? After you sacrificed all them black women, the last thing that you find out is all these closes in the Bible is too deep. We ain't going there. We ain't going there yet. I know I can't drag people into that. That's too deep. Yep, but that's the last thing you learn at the 33-degree level. For everybody that want all this secret knowledge. Oh, it's the secret knowledge. That's the secret knowledge, dude. The whole thing is reversed engineered on purpose. And it's fucked up, but that's how they got it. And I'm telling you, don't hop in my, it was one guy. He hopped in there. We supposed to be getting up sometime. I forgot to get back to that nigga. He sent me something. Oh, now that got that now that made that talk about pinching titties and getting juicy. That right there, this black man sent me that. Oh man, let me see if I could go back to it. It was so profound. It was so profound. And Royal Deluxe, he sent good shit too. It's like shit that be like, oh my gosh, oh my god. But this dude, he sent me this video called Harnessing the Power of Information, Order and Dark and Disorder. And he was like, oh, he was talking to me about DAOs and you know, decentralized networks and shit. And then it was like, oh, let's actually talk more about this and language and mysticism. But that video, oh, he has no idea how he changed my life with sending that video. Harnessing the power of information, order, and disorder. Because it's shit that I see in my mind's eye, and I don't necessarily have the confirmation or the words to express it. And he studies my work, and so he sent this knowing that I'm literally writing a book on probability distribution. Now he didn't know all that, but he sent this, and something simple like this was so I was like, oh my gosh. Like when I say I have to watch this video probably 5 times to understand it, but it was such what I needed. And what I saw in my mind's eye in a dream was exactly what was in this video about harnessing the power of information on a quantum level, like quantum computing, through consciousness though. And it's like, this was so powerful in dark energy and disorder and chaos intelligence. And I guess was like, okay, that's what this girl be talking about on some level. And I was just like, you know what? That's what I find impressive. Like that, if you gonna hop in my DMs, talk about some shit like that. Like Royal Deluxe, he be sending me shit about, quantum entanglement and Adinkra codes and All different types of stuff he be sending about the goddess temple and shit. That's the shit I want to hear about. I don't want to see and Royal Deluxe. If you listening still, I just want you to know that I was just looking through your messages, but I see that you sent a couple more, but I did not actively read it yet. So I'm gonna go back and read it and respond to you. Don't think I'm not gonna respond to you. I didn't even read it yet. I just saw it, but I wanted to look at what you had sent previously. But yeah, like okay, so you sent this to love this. This is excellent. Yeah, I'm gonna get back to you right after I get off this video. Actually, I'm gonna do it while we doing our Freaky Friday music playlist. But yeah, like don't hop in my shit without no, don't come on, cause I ain't asking for motherfucking much. I just told you your ass better work and flush that damn toilet and put that seat down and clean it. Don't leave a mess every fucking where. And invest in my damn invest in the divine feminine. Invest in it. Invest. Don't be coming to me. I couldn't believe this dude. You smoke and drink. Now I get it, but like, come on, like that's some nigga shit. Like, come on, like you smoke and drink, and we gonna do polyamory, and because that's gonna help us with economics, and that's gonna make it easier for me, bitch. Easier for you? What about me? I wouldn't date no nigga that want to do no damn polyamory. Not unless unless they got meals, a couple of meals or something. They could have. What the fuck? That's the ballpark of kings. Kings, chiefs do polyamory and polyandry and polygamy. Chiefs, royal bloodlines, not no dusty ass peasant, commoner. I don't care how elitist I sound. It's a fact. Even polyandry, that was done by chiefs and queens, the queen mothers. Even when you look at the kings that will have 3 and 4 wives, they will have a team of queen mothers around them, and they fucking all of them. They were taken care of. They didn't want for nothing. Even if they didn't like the lifestyle, maybe the lifestyle was gruesome. I'm not saying they don't come with drama, because bitches is jealous and shit and be weirdos. I don't see how y'all jealous over a nigga. Y'all both can get a bag off of the nigga. I don't understand that shit. Y'all better be shutting up, be sister wives and sisters, and shut the fuck up and be cool. Shit, maybe fuck on each other a couple of times. I don't know. Y'all weird. But it's like y'all invest in the divine feminine. The fuck? You get I'm not everybody is no I'm not there's some women that just some complete dodo birds, but it's like it's some women that's out here that's really about it. That's like when DMX said he gave his first wife that 40 million and she fucked it up. He literally gave her 40 million. Remember, this is like an interview. Like DMX said he gave his first wife $40 million of his racks, like 40. She had access to the account, complete control over the whole account, and it just blew it. Like they didn't have any. Like what the fuck? 40 million. Look at this option shit. 40 million. Oh, I'll be trading at a 90 delta on an option, or for sell puts. I'll probably be trading at like a point 10 delta for selling puts. Man, 40 million. Don't give me an account with 40 million. Oh, that should be flipped. I'm like, for one, we taking a good 10 million and just doing dividends. We about to just get a bunch of motherfucking dividend income. I probably would no lie take about a good 15 mil, 10 mil dividends. Then something in a nice little small Roth IRA. Then a trading account with like 5 million. And I'm like, what the fuck was you thinking, dude? What did y'all do? Did a couple like oh, and he said it, and he said she fucked it up. You know what I mean? And this was a black woman. You can't say, "Oh, he give it to." Fuck. Now he invested in the divine feminine, and what was it? The divine feminine? He invested in the feminine, and she fucked it up. Just fucked his money up. That's fucked up. It is. I'm like, man, I would have that woman's head. Then again, you gotta also have discernment and know who you can do that with and who you can't do that with. That's just like a good friend of mine's growing up. He came into 2 million in 1 year. Now I was behind the scenes before he got his mill. I think he was making like a good, probably like 50,000 a month, and I was behind the scenes and trying to help him get to the next level. I gave him the idea for the university. He came in. I did walk away because I'm telling you that level of surveillance I wasn't used to. Like in 2016, being surveillance like that, and I lived right across the street from the fucking CDC. That and I'm saying like agents taking pictures of your motherfucking house where and walking and monitor, like you know how you be seeing that shit in the movies, like seeing that shit in real time. That shit freaked me out, and I did. I ghosted. I said, I'm not ready for that level of surveillance. Now I'm like, shit. What I went through on my own, I should have just stuck with the nigga and looked out for his asses. He wouldn't be in a situation he in now. The nigga made 2 million in a year, end up going dead ass broke using a McDonald's Wi-Fi in less than 1 year, and damn homeless, and lost a house that he paid, that he had a $500,000, it was a $500,000 mortgage on. For one, you make 1.7, you make 2 million in a year, you got to pay your taxes, obviously. Obviously you have to go to someone that's proficient in tax law and CPA, public taxes, public accounting and tax law, which are two different things. But sometimes it can be, sometimes you can find an expert in both. Because then you got to know how to at least try to get as much tax deduction as possible. But this motherfucker, $2 million, he was with a dumb bimbo. Mind you, I was in the picture, like I walked away. I didn't have to walk away. I walked away. I kind of regret that, but I'm like, yeah, with his dumb bimbo. He pays a house with $500,000 mortgage, and is paying $14,000 a month in life insurance. Wh- Where? How? $14,000 a month in life insurance? That don't even sound right because he had all these policies on people. It sounds crazy. And it wasn't even like whole universal life insurance where you can eventually borrow against it. It was like the one and then he couldn't afford it anymore because he fucked up, ended up going broke. You get a $500,000 mortgage. You didn't need that big ass house in that white neighborhood. Why couldn't you get a $100,000 house cash, $200,000 house cash? You didn't have any handlers. You did it all independent, and I know that for a fact. Now the Masons all came around and fucked him up. But I was in the picture in the beginning. So I know I grew up with this nigga. So I know what happened. Yeah, some of his people sold him out and shit. Yeah. Fucked over him. But it's like, damn. And then to hear that, I'm like, man, it wouldn't no way in the world. If we were close as where we could have been, ain't no way in the world I would have let somebody blow through $2 million like that. No way. Somebody that I grew up with? No way. You could have got $100,000 house cash and paid outright. And make sure you can afford that tax bill every year because you got to pay taxes on that land. Get you some land and invest the rest. Have some cash on hand that with a nice, decent APY yield, and then also do some pretty clever, safe, conservative investing, and then have an account where you could, but it's like, no, that nigga to do that. Bought a $500,000 house with a mortgage on it that you couldn't afford. All these cars, all this bullshit, all these people coming around you that want bullshit, having babies unplanned. That's another thing. You don't have babies unplanned. No, we don't just get willy nilly. No, you gonna plan that shit. Now you got that's extra expense, and you want to impress motherfuckers. $14,000 in life insurance and all these stupid ass cars, and he lost the cars. He couldn't afford the life insurance. He lost the house, the $500,000 house out in a white neighborhood. You could have went and got something in McDonald's. There's some black ass neighborhoods that's really nice. You could have got something in Conyers. And the fuck you gotta go out to some white neighborhood? $500,000. They didn't like your ass. They was targeting his ass out there. They didn't even like his ass out there. Police showing up and shit. You could have got you something in a nice little black neighborhood. $200,000. You talking about people that got money too? Black folk that got money too. That ain't gonna fuck up your shit because they got shit. So they ain't you ain't in the hood or nothing. We talking about even if it was 250, 300 max, 250 cash on a house. Like what the fuck was you thinking, dude? I was behind the scenes, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna write all your books, and I'm gonna make your courses and stuff for you. But obviously, that's somebody just once again trying to sacrifice the divine, take from the divine feminine. And I'm glad I didn't do all that shit. I just wrote my own books. I was literally like the plan. And I have the emails to prove this shit. It's not like, oh, you're just making this shit up. I have the emails. Oh, it's not like, oh, you can't. Oh, you saying he was behind it, dude? There's a clear paper trail of this shit that I'm talking about. Clear paper trail. Clear paper trail of what I'm talking about. Like, oh, oh yeah, I'll write all your books. Oh yeah, this is the services that we'll use. Oh yeah, I'll build your website, which I did. Oh yeah, I'll do it. And granted, I got paid to build a website, of course. So I made sure of that I wasn't. One thing about me. Oh no. But it's like, dude, ain't no way in the world I would have let your motherfucking ass blow through 2 million. 2 mil got to be 5 mil in a year or maybe a year or two. That's what we gotta go up. We don't go down and just spin. I'm like, who the fuck did you marry? Like, this is bimbo. Like, what did you do? Now he pulls out a gun on her. She go report him. Now they fighting. Now she takes the kids away. Now that the kids are gone. Now she's a contentious, and now they fighting cats and dogs. Now the child support shit. Now all this stuff, and it's like, man, y'all some man. That's what I'm talking about, man. It's like it needs to it's just no structure in this community, man. And then I'm the bad guy because I'm the type A general empress motherfucker that's like, oh, look, here's the blueprints, here's the framework, here's the military science, here's the governance structure, here's the order, here's this. And it's like, okay, they don't like me. The black community, you know? And it's like, damn. But I'm telling you niggas, like, don't come in my DMs talking about some damn polyamory. You broke as fuck, and don't talk about no drinking and smoking. I'm letting y'all know that I don't. I'm not judging nobody that drink and smoke. I've been there, done that. It's all I'm saying. I've been there, done that. That's what I'm saying. So I don't have no. We all done been there. You couldn't tell years ago. I'm about to be on my second 2 years sober, no drink. Man, some years ago, man, you weren't go. I mean, I was still functioning. I was still doing my thing. Like I graduated from Columbia University with a 3.8. No lie, 3.8 GPA. But my motherfucking ass was zooted and booted. I was getting classroom fucking drunk. Like, no lie. No, I remember when the pandemic happened, they used to try to make us give, these present, give your 1 minute pitch, give your 1 minute business pitch, give your 2 minute business pitch and shit. Oh, I get my picture, and I was kind of sabotaged. I felt like I was sabotaged, in many ways, as far as like the level of brilliance that I've present and how like the jealousy or the fear that these people would have of me. And it's like, man, I obviously I still did good. I graduated 3.8, but I was like, give your 1 minute pitch. I just blow through that shit like it was nothing. Nobody, oh, that's great. Oh my gosh, that was an excellent. I was drunk as fuck. But I'm telling you, like, my mind worked differently on alcohol. But I do not recommend anybody to drink. And I do not drink anymore. I would never recommend anybody to pick up no drink. No, no, no. But I'm not judging nobody that get they drink on. I'm not. I done been there. Cabernet Sauvignon, Evan Williams whiskey. Oh, I was, and you can ask. There's like people at Columbia University. We used to go to bars, right? They will like they used to be looking at me like they are drinking beers. I'm drinking whiskey. I'm drinking Fireball. Like I'm drinking whiskey. What the fuck are y'all doing? Like, y'all drinking beer? Like fuck no. We do whiskey. And there was a prince no, literally an African prince that would just pay for all my whiskey shots. Mind you, whiskey is more expensive than beer. Thank God he used to pay for them. Them shots were like $15 a piece. Oh, and I used to order them like it was nothing. I used to just yeah, shit, you paying for it. Um, and everybody else getting beer. And that's the type of motherfucker I was. Whiskey. Evan Williams. I never did I did Jim Beam a couple of times. I never fuck with Jameson because I don't the story behind the way Jameson was created. I would never touch Jameson though. I never drank Jameson because of what happened, how that company came into existence over there, what they did to that little black girl over in Africa. So I never fuck with Jameson, but I fuck with. Then I used to drink. I used to do Tanqueray. what's the Amsterdam's gin? I was about 16, 15 years old. I was drinking Amsterdam gin when I was 16, 17. No lie. I would go hang with my friends. I was dating girls at the time. I go, I literally, I knew to come home sober though. Like I would get up early, 9 a.m. Go, knew I was gonna go hang out with my friends and one of my friends, and she was older, and she would get us to drink, and we would drink it, and party hardy, and make sure that I could be home by 7, 8 p.m. Totally sober, like totally, like you would never be able to tell that I had just been out drinking that whole motherfucking day at 16, 17 years old. That's facts. And then obviously my guardian doesn't, my adopted sister does not know that. But that was a very real reality. And so I was about Amsterdam's gin and Tanqueray when that was 16, 17. That was nothing. Come 18, we doing Fireball. Got a little bit into the Alizé and the Hypnotic at 18. 17, Hypnotic and Alizé, Nouveau. Like it was nothing. And that shit is so poisonous, but I'm just telling you, like that's what it was in the hood in Buffalo, New York. Like that's what the fuck it was. You know? Uh, I never really was. I know people like Jack Daniels. I feel like Evan Williams is a superior drink to Jack Daniels. I think the Evan Williams whiskey is a superior drink to Jack Daniels. That's just me. And Jim Beam. That's just me though. Yeah, but so I'm not judging motherfuckers. I'm just saying I done been there, done that. We talking about 16, 17, like 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. I'm 32 years old. I don't live. That's out of my blood. That's what I'm saying. I done had my walk with death and all that shit. No, I'm done with that. I'm done with drinking. I used to do Merlot, Cabernet Sauvignon. I like bitter, dry wine. I do not like sweet wine. I do not like sweet wine. If I did do a sweet wine, it got to be a real good Moscato. It has to be a good Moscato. I can do pink Moscato. I can do white Zinfandel. It has to be a good brand of Moscato. I can't do cheap Moscato. I can't do cheap white Zinfandel. I don't like sweet wine. I have to do a dry wine, Cabernet Sauvignon, Merlot. What was the other one? Pinot Noir. That was one of my favorites too. But I'm just saying I'm past that stage. I done drank enough of a motherfucking fish in the ocean. A motherfucking fish in the ocean. You know how the little fishies had their mouth doing that mouth that movement with their mouth when they in their water with the drink in the water when they do that mouth with their mouth opening up. That's how I was with alcohol. So I'm done with that. So don't come in my life trying to bring that. I'm a instantly think you a government plant. I'm a really think you a demon that's sent in my life to distract or to destroy me. And that's what I felt about that dude. For one, he talked about smoking and drinking on first interaction. Talk about polyamory and you broke as fuck. And then you talk about you want to be an actor in a Hollywood entertainment. Get the fuck out of here, nigga. You a demon. That's how I gotta look at that shit. Cause why are you introducing something to my life that I'm already past? Now I never smoked cigarettes, but I used to smoke weed, and I never bought weed. But it was more so like it was never a daily thing like with weed. That was like once when I was 16. Then here and there whenever I went out to a party. But I ain't never just go and buy something from no weed man. I don't know nothing about that. But it would always be somebody else that had it. And so I could probably count on probably two hands the amount of time that I've smoked weed. But then you can buy the CBD hemp now without so I did get into that, but I don't like to smoke for my lungs. Like you see, I'm dealing with this diatomaceous earth shit that's all on the diatomaceous earth powder is fucking with my lungs right now throughout the whole life. So no, I ain't fucking with. I had bronchitis as a baby. I ain't fucking with no smoking and all like that. No, damn sure not no vape. That vape shit. This shit is a hell no. That shit is a very hard on the lungs. That's to me. Whatever is in that vape stuff is harsher than just smoking just regular smoke. To me, based on the experience that I've had with both years ago. But yeah, I used to do I used to do they had the hemp flower without no it wasn't no THC in it. It was shit you could buy online. Now you could buy hemp flower like OG Kush and all that shit. Matter of fact, let me show you. I think I'm playing. I probably think because a lot of people, I'm not trying to introduce people to nothing, but I'm just saying like this is what I'm talking about. Like they got like the flower right here, where you could just buy it. It ain't got you could buy it right online. Like it's not illegal or nothing. It's just the like CBD and shit. They got the half bake and all that. And you have to roll it up. They got pre rolls. Like I did try to get into that, but I just like nah. I just don't like the feeling, and I don't like the habit of just smoking. That's what it is. I just didn't like the habit of smoking. And so these are just like CBD pre rolls and shit. Some of them probably THC not TH9 and TH Delta 8. I'm gonna just say if y'all gonna get into that, don't do Delta 8. You don't know the effects of that. All of that stuff with the Delta 10 and all that. Stay away from all that stuff. I would say. Am I sharing the screen right? Okay, yeah, it is. I'm sharing the screen right. Okay, let me see what y'all saying over here. Oh yeah, you know about options too, Royal Deluxe. And I wasn't doing a master class. I was just showing the paper account that I've been trading on when I was talking about like the investment in the divine feminine. But yeah, it's something I'm gonna get on that shit. Because I took 2 years to study options and dividend trading. Options is the hardest investment class. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking of that. I was just looking at I was on bullish beers and shit, and invest with Henry and shout out to them and Matt and all them. They really helped change my life. So I do thank them for that. As far as my outlook on life and my perception on things, it changed my outlook. Jim Simmons just died this year. I think I predicted the day I think I predicted that. That was one of the tarot readings, actually. Jim Simmons is one of the best. Like, y'all think Warren Buffett and, Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger is like the big dogs, right? But Jim Simmons is up there with them. I don't think he wanted I don't think he wanted to be out in the public like that. But Jim Simmons is probably top 10 investment traders in the world. Um, so I've been studying him and he changed the way quants work and shit you know but that's what I've been trying to get it for that. Oh, you was talking about the diatomaceous. You said you use it for ants and little critters. Yeah, see, yeah, that I'm saying it's like it's been hard for me. Like I'm stuffy. I've been blowing my nose throughout the whole life because I put that diatomaceous earth because I told you I had just moved, but the place that I had moved, they have an infestation, so I actually had to move out because it's just more of that little bush that they pull. But I did buy diatomaceous earth because that freaked me out. I'm like, okay, I hear that it will help keep them at bay and shit. And I actually used to use diatomaceous earth, food grade one, for detox. You could use that to detox. You could actually consume it. But if you put it all on the floor and shit or as a powder, it will like and I kind of went overboard with it. So when I say like um, it was affecting me really bad yesterday. So I tried to clean some of it up, and I wanted to leave it for whatever these little bugs, the infestation. And I literally just moved in this new place too, and so I'm like, oh hell no. But it's I didn't know, so it is what it is. Let's see. What do you mean about ocean water? What do you feel about ocean and water remediation, land remediation companies? I don't know much about it, to be honest. It sounds cool though. When you say I don't know what remediation means, so it's something I have to look up. Ocean and water. I mean, I love anything with ocean and water. So I mean, I guess it would. I guess once I know what remediation means, then I can answer the question, or I have to look it up. When you say I'm not working a damn day, dividends, angel. That's not okay. You say maybe yeah. Okay, maybe I'm working. Doesn't feel right looking at all my caps. Daisy. Okay. I don't get it. I don't get where you going with it. Okay, Royal Deluxe. Yeah, but tell me what remediation it means. And matter of fact, let me just look it up. I'll look it up. Remediation. Yeah, particularly reversing or stopping environmental damage. Of course. Okay, let's see. Water. Because I know one of the ladies, she told me to to get into to invest in hemp plastics, like hemp. I think she said it's called hemp texture, which is like making plastic from like hemp and all that shit. And so I got to look into that. But this one is a little different. where water remediation, restoration, of course. Oh my gosh. I just looked at it. Water remediation is a process for cleaning, sanitizing, and restoring materials where water damage has occurred. Shit, that's definitely up my alley. That's definitely something that I would support. Whether that be investing in it, different a new investment company, whatever it is, whatever it is. But I think we gonna move into the our playlist because I have been quite a bit bumping these gums. And again, like I said, that diatomaceous earth is making it like yesterday I was actually like choking. I said, what the fuck was I thinking? You get a little freaked out and I don't do bugs. I mean I could do a what's it actually I ain't even gonna manifest it in my life. I don't do bugs. I don't do now I see a little ant, something shit like that. Okay, I'm cool. And spiders, I got fucks with spiders. I fucks with spiders heavy. I don't want them in my house, but if they in, I ain't freaking out. I ain't panicking. The spiders mean something different to me. And in Georgia, man, when I was my old place, it was like three big ass motherfucking spiders, big spiders right outside my window that laid they nests and they little spider webs and shit. And I didn't bother them. I could have knocked it down because they was the big ones with big booty spiders. Oh man, I don't even know what type. I don't even know what type of spider it was. Like, and it was looking crazy. It was big as fuck, and it was three of them. And then inside the house, there was always spiders. Oh my gosh, there's spiders everywhere. And they had a baby egg. They laid a baby egg. So we talking about like it'd be like 50 baby spiders crawling all in the. And I ain't never bothered. They ain't never bothered me. Now, if and then you get a little crazy, I know that one time, no lie, a spider they wanted to crawl all above the bed and stuff where I was at. And they coming down. One of the, you know how they do the web and they want to come down. And no lie, and y'all don't have to believe me. I don't give a damn. I said, you better crawl your ass back up there and go find you some business to get into. I'ma smash your motherfucking ass. And no lie, as soon as I said that, that spider hurried up and crawled their motherfucking ass back up that ceiling so fast and scurried. All I had to do was just tell it, go take your ass. Now y'all getting crazy. I said, y'all getting crazy because y'all don't go above the bed or nothing. Don't be crawling all that. Go stay in that little corner like y'all been in. Y'all keep the other insects at bay. Y'all do y'all job. Whatever. Do y'all thing. You get too overpopular, I'll take your ass out. I put peppermint everywhere, and I'll put peppermints all over the place. So they know where to go. Wherever the peppermint is at, they don't go. But they won't stay in that little small ass corner. That's fine. I don't really bother. That spiders are they just mind their motherfucking business. But other species, man, they just so fucking evasive. I can't do bugs like that. Hell no. Hell no. Then I'm thinking y'all set me up and shit. And I think this shit was purposely done because there was too many other things that happened in this place that they make me think like y'all trying to this. I mean, I could be tripping, but I really think that with the way that this person knew that they had this infestation and all this shit, I think they knew, and I think they set me up to have me come out here and waste my motherfucking money. Now I'm sitting here searching all day. Oh, that's why I was started so late, guys, because I was looking for apartments, applying for different apartments, and talking with people about apartments and shit. Like, the fuck was you doing? Like, I'm telling you, I'm a really introvert, quiet motherfucker. I don't want no harm to nobody. I don't know why people be fucking with me. Because I'm like, I don't piss. My intentions is to chill. Just because somebody talks some shit on the internet. What the fuck, man? Y'all got a bug in y'all ass about me, boy. But let's play this Freaky Friday playlist. You know what? I wanted to play this for y'all so bad. Okay, I think I want to do it. It's real heavy though, because you got to understand some shit. But I wanted to. The lesson around this is more so like I'm watching a show called Love and Redemption. It's like some Chinese show. And then I'm watching, this show. I was watching this movie right here, Pananan Savan. But what's interesting is like the level of high level information that they get out to they people and that they hide. That's not like American based. As far as like occult information, esoteric science is like heavy, heavy shit that we would consider, especially in our community, like Oh, that's so secretive. Yo, you can't talk about that. Oh, that's supposed to be something you're supposed to keep secret. And they would just put this shit out in movies. If y'all watch that show, Love and Redemption, the level of codes that they just freely give out. And this movie is like and it's not even in English. So I gotta watch it, read the fucking subtitles. That's kind of annoying, especially at night when I just want to fucking rest and I gotta use my brain to read the shit. So I'm just here, they talking in their language and whatnot. But Love and Redemption, I'm gonna say that might be Korean. I think it's giving me Korean vibes. It could be. Let me look it up. But that's an excellent show. Let me see. They got like 45 episodes. Love and Redemption. Is this Korean or is it? Oh, it's Chinese. Are you kidding me? Because Chinese usually, the Koreans usually have really, excellent production of. They have their shows, and I did assume based on the production level that it was Korean, just because the CGI is a little cheesy, but I did assume that was Korean because I'm more familiar with the Korean shows, and I have to say that the production quality, as far as like the cinematography and the script writing of Korean shows, I enjoy. Um, and so I did assume that Love and Redemption is this show right here. I did assume that was Korean too, but it's Chinese. And when I say like the level I mean, they talk about the primordials, they talk about quantum entanglement through demon possession, they talk about getting trapped in different dimensions and realities, how to bring yourself back. They talk about obviously occult secret orders and what's required of them orders and it's really powerful. I mean, I was truly shocked. I'm like, they put all this shit up. I mean, we don't have, and I was trying to think. I said, God, what's an American show that got the same level of high level information as far as like occult sciences? And I couldn't think of one. I'm thinking maybe the 100, but that's a little. I think the show 100. I was thinking of 4400, but that's kind of like predictive programming where it shows what like kind of like what's already going on. But we talking about like they was talking about like the dragons, one of the four heavenly beasts, the different dimensions, the heaven. I mean, it's just some wow shit, man. Like creating derma urges and illusions, and it's. I'm telling you, just look at it right there. You talking about the monkey demon, the star of Moshe, the demon tribes. I mean, this shit goes so deep, and they talk about how to train you as a magi and shit, and about they talk about the fall from the heavenly realm, how people come from the heavenly realm and want to experience a earth experience. I'm telling you, it's this show is off the motherfucking chain. And it is hard to get into. Like I said, it's only hard to get into because they don't have it. Like the Korean shows, they'll have them talking in English, even though you can see the mouth moving in Korean language. And so that makes it easier for me watching it at night because I used to watch the show at night. And so as far as like a relaxing experience, I have to actually like read it. And then one thing about Amazon, I wish you would slow your fucking speed down. Have the ability to change the speed because you put in the subtitles way too fast, man. But Love and Redemption, that's an excellent show with high level codes. But this movie here too. I mean, I'm about to play just a tiny clip, like literally like about 3 minutes. But look at what they saying. They literally talking about like Kalima and like blood sacrifice and the divine feminine and the goddess. Now, I don't. Kalima does not do the blood sacrifice thing. Um, there was a secret society though in the Tantra or in the Hindu society that does go that far, but it's really again this we talk about with males. It's a male order, of course, because obviously there was no female order that would do that, because they would have direct contact with the Shakti energy and Kali Ma, and that would not be required. But nonetheless, we'll get there. But I thought this was amazing. I said, get the fuck out of here. They just put that in a movie like that. And I'm about to show y'all. Like I'm just about to this movie is fucking deep. But check out Love and Redemption. We have one movie in America, one show in America that I think gets close to giving us some high level game. It's about the Angel Kingdom and the Demon Kingdom, and that's called His Dark Materials. That was a pretty good one. That's the only one I could think of, like the Show 100 and His Dark Materials. But I'm like the Koreans. I'm like they got that shit down lock, man. And Asians, Japan got put in they anime. They put a lot of codes out too. But I was really impressed with this I was really impressed. I'm about to show the clip now. Let me stop talking so much.
64 घाव हैं
क्यों तुम्हें विश्वास नहीं स्वयं गिनने हैं
गिन गिन के तो बड़ा हुआ हूँ आपकी वीरता के किस्से
They're about to go into a show. Let me see if I can fast forward a little bit. Okay, here we go. I'm at the now look at this. Now this is a ritual they do into Kali Ma. Now you know Kali Ma has been rolling with me since I was 18 years old. She rolled up on me. I don't go in other people's shit and go and try to dabble in shit and then get my she came to me when I was 18 years old. And obviously there's some I don't want to get into all of that, but this is what they just put in a damn movie, just freely open like that. Look at this.
बहुत आगे जाओगे जाओ देवरालन का नृत्य देखो
देवों के हो देवारे कार्तिक के मुर्गारे अस्त्र के हो राजा तुम शास्त्र के साक्षर तुम
Now that's a ritual to Kali Ma. Look at the black figure. Kali Ma means the black one, destroyer of time, the keeper of time. But it translates directly into the black one.
में तुम्हारी जीते हैं अस्त्र से तुम्हारे लड़ते हैं राजाओं के राजा हो तुम ही तुम्हारी ही दया से हम पलते हैं बरखा फिर बरसेगी ना
But look at the lyrics. Will the rain fall again? Will our land be beautiful, bountiful again?
आज ये फिर जब
Will this kingdom prosper again?
आशाएं पूरी होंगी ना
But look at the statue in the back. That's Kali Ma in the back, that black ass statue in the back. But also they have a Kali Ma figure in the front that's kind of that's painted black too. Hey, this is the sacrifice royal blood to defeat your enemy. With all your might, let it pour. Now, I'm not saying I agree with these things. I'm just saying because I don't believe in blood sacrifice at all, or even of animals, let alone humans. But I'm just letting you know that like they just put this shit just out in this movie like that. My mind was blown. Obviously, I knew that they were doing that, but again, there's different sects that believe different things, and so Kalima. In my Shakti school of thought, no, there is no there is no requirement of what they're asking for, but there is a male secret society that had in India that has been doing that, obviously. Let the count show your royal. Sacrifice royal blood to defeat your enemy. If the goddess seeks sacrifice, spill blood as sacrifice. If she demands the crown, lay it before her. If she wants a young kid, lay it before her. The cobra spreads its hood, the raven cries a shrill cry. Everybody know in royal bloodlines what the cobra means. This is some powerful ass shit. They just put this shit out in a movie like that. I was like blown away because in America it's like it's people that just think, oh, this stuff's supposed to be so secret. Oh my gosh, it's people in America that will put you on a list for talking about this type of information, and these Hindus just put it right in their movie that you can find for free on Amazon. Spill blood as a sacrifice if she demands a crown. Spills blood as a sacrifice a young kid. Now, again, I'm just showing y'all. I'm not telling nobody to do this. I don't believe in this. I'm just telling y'all how shocked I was to see that they just put this out in a movie like this about Kali Ma. You saw it right there. And that's Kali Ma. And so this was a deep ass movie. It was about the royal blood. Like I said, so it's it's a little serpentine-ish, but I have a little bit of serpentine DNA, so I'm okay with it. Like I understand where they're going with it. But I just thought it was so fucking fascinating. I was like, like they just put that shit in there. And again, I know a lot of people may be offended by that. They say, "Oh, that's demonic" and all that stuff. Again, it's a different bloodline. It's a different bloodline. They trace their bloodlines for the Nagas bloodlines, and those are very specific bloodlines. And if you don't, I'm not like I said, I don't agree with blood sacrifice, but I'm saying those of the Nagas bloodline would understand that. They'll get it. You know, but if we want to start with our playlist, now it was a song that I said I wanted to add. Damn, what did I say I was gonna add to the playlist earlier? Damn, I done damn forgot. Damn, that just bothers me. That just bothers me. Okay, let me I do have to say we got to take it over to YouTube. But not on Rumble. I'm not on YouTube, Twitter. I'm gonna have to take it off of YouTube because we got to do the gotta we gotta watch for the copyright shit. And so we do gonna have to end it on YouTube. So for those that are on YouTube, you can come over to Twitter Space. We'll be on there doing our Freaky Friday playlist. And I have to add, it was something I said I was gonna play and add to the damn playlist, and I forgot it. But anyways, we're gonna go continue on Twitter's. We'll be wrapped up pretty soon. All we doing is on Twitter for those who don't make it over from YouTube. All we do is just play the Freaky Friday playlist and a couple of songs just to end it, to get our jam out a little. But on YouTube, if you're on there, God bless you, and we will be back probably on Christmas Eve. To be honest, I want to do something for Christmas Eve, and then on Friday again. Um, and Christmas Eve is gonna be fun. Like I'm thinking we go probably gonna rock out to motherfucking Harlem Nights or some shit. I don't know. um, and talk some shit about Max Spears. Oh, not about Max Spears, with Max Spears, because I fucks with Max Spears. So let me get off of here. We're gonna end it on YouTube. You guys have an excellent weekend on YouTube. And if you want to come over on Twitter, we'll be on air still. So I'll talk to you later. Love you. Bye on YouTube.